agenda.
Perhaps, Chair. Okay.
Hum?
The committee, all right.
Peço a senhora secretária para apresentar a agenda. Ok, muito obrigado.
Master Nat, you are muted or we can't hear you, my dear. Also, just fix your screen a little bit.
Oh,
Yes, we
thank
can hear
you.
you now.
Thank you, SG. Thank you, SG. Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I was saying, our agenda is as follows. We have already done the credentials of delegates. Next item on the agenda is the adoption. I would like to say that the agenda is in twofold. The first session will be the statutory meeting, and we will have public hearings at 11 o'clock after our tea break. Through you, Chair, we are at the agenda item. May you please direct me? Should I go item by item? Honorable Chair?
Eu creio que não é necessário. Todos nós recebemos a agenda com antecedência e, portanto, não é necessário ela ser apresentada integralmente aqui. Vamos aguardar que algum dos colegas tenha alguma proposta para acrescentar à agenda. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If there are no additions, we will go to item number 3, welcome remarks by the chairperson. Thank you.
Não. Acho que aqui é um engano e, por favor, não interfira. Nós agora temos que propor a adoção da agenda. Eu gostaria de saber quem dos membros pode adotar a agenda, pode propor a adoção da agenda. Quem dos colegas pode propor a adoção da agenda, por favor?
There's a hand, Honorable Chair, from Lesotho.
Tem a palavra, senhor deputado.
Please unmute,
From Lesotho,
Honorable.
you may wish to unmute the mic.
Oh. Thank you, Honorable Chair. A very good morning to you, honorable members. I propose adoption of this agenda. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada. Adotada que está a agenda, gostaria de saber quem é que secunda a adoção da agenda.
There's a hand, Honorable, from Seychelles.
Good morning, members. I would like to second the proposal for the adoption
Por
of the
favor,
agenda.
honorável colega das Seychelles, tem a palavra.
Good morning, all. I would like to second the motion for the agenda.
Obrigada, senhor deputado. Adoção da agenda. A agenda está devidamente adotada. Considero a agenda devidamente adotada. Muito obrigada. Vamos então prosseguir a reunião e é o momento em que eu vou fazer a abertura desta reunião. Distintos membros da Comissão Permanente do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimentos do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, ilustres deputados e deputadas dos Parlamentos Nacionais da SADC, Sua Excelência a Senhora Boemo Secoma, Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, distintos cidadãos de toda a região da SADC, representantes das organizações da sociedade civil, representantes dos nossos parceiros de cooperação, funcionários do Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e dos Parlamentos Nacionais, distintos participantes, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Bom dia a todos do tamanho da nossa região da SADC. Gostaria de dar as boas-vindas a todos os estimados participantes nesta sessão da audiência pública que se realiza sob o lema Tirar proveito do papel do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC na facilitação da participação dos cidadãos na integração regional da SADC para uma maior responsabilização, um desenvolvimento e coesão socioeconômica inclusivos. Quero mais uma vez agradecer a todos os colegas da Comissão Permanente do Comércio, Indústria e Finanças e Investimento que acreditaram em mim e confiaram-me a direção desta comissão da SADC. Tendo em conta que esta é a primeira reunião que eu dirijo, gostaria de facto de agradecer. A Comissão do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento é encarregue de tratar todas as questões relacionadas com a integração e a cooperação econômicas, a industrialização, os investimentos e o comércio interregional. O dia 2 marca uma ocasião importante em que os ilustres membros desta comissão
Ronald, I think the chair is frozen, or is it just my eyes?
Geez, we've lost SG.
Okay. Kindly give us a moment, honorable members.
e a
We'll recover the
produção.
chair. Okay.
Ok. Ok.
No, we had lost you, Chair. You had gone off the screen. You may continue. Internet issues.
Posso saber a partir de que momento me perderam?
Interpreter, can they help? Because you also got lost.
It
Just
was just
continue, Chair.
after greetings. Sorry, SG. Just after her greetings, she got lost.
Vamos então retomar. Gostaria de dar as boas-vindas a todos os estimados participantes nesta sessão da audiência pública que se realiza sob o lema Tirar proveito do papel do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC na facilitação da participação dos cidadãos, na integração social, na facilitação da participação dos cidadãos, na integração regional da SADC para uma maior responsabilização, um desenvolvimento e coesão socioeconômicas inclusivos. Quero, mais uma vez, agradecer aos ilustres colegas, membros da Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimentos, por confiarem-me a direção da comissão e reafirmo aqui que tudo farei para levar a bom porto as tarefas que nos estão acometidas. A Comissão do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimentos é encarregue de tratar todas as questões relacionadas com a integração e a cooperação econômicas, a industrialização, os investimentos, o comércio interregional, pelo que no dia de hoje marca uma ocasião importante em que os ilustres membros desta comissão irão ouvir as vozes do povo, através das contribuições dos participantes nesta sessão. Por conseguinte, a audiência pública deste ano destina-se a reforçar e aprofundar as questões que afetam os nossos cidadãos no dia a dia. O nosso mandato como deputados e deputadas é a advocacia, a representação e a produção legislativa, funções através das quais nos comprometemos a fazer ouvir as vozes dos nossos povos, promovendo e defendendo a mudança. O nosso papel principal, enquanto Comissão do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, é garantir que a vida das pessoas da região mudem para melhor. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, através dos vossos contributos, nós, enquanto parlamentares da região, podemos defender a promoção do comércio, da indústria, das finanças e do investimento com questões transversais que passam pelos jovens, nomeadamente o desemprego juvenil, as alterações climáticas, a igualdade de género e o apoio dos grupos vulneráveis, tais como os idosos e portadores de deficiências. Uma abordagem para desenvolver as cadeias, uma abordagem para desenvolver as ideias do emprego. Os postos de trabalho estão em jogo com as crescentes estratégias de atenuação das alterações climáticas. Enquanto parlamentares da região, estamos cientes dos indicadores econômicos que realçam a imagem da situação macroeconômica real da região. A taxa de desemprego é um indicador que demonstra o quadro sombrio, especialmente para os nossos jovens. Tem vindo a aumentar a um ritmo altamente elevado nos últimos 10 anos. Esta situação foi agravada pela redução das atividades econômicas na região da SADC, que foi condicionada pela pandemia global da Covid-19. De acordo com boletins de estatísticas macroeconômicas da SADC, a região registrou uma taxa média de crescimento negativo estimada em 4,5% em 2020. Contamos com a vossa ajuda durante esta audiência e estamos ansiosos por explorar as vias e estratégias através das quais esta comissão possa alavancar a atividade econômica e, inevitavelmente, aliviar o flagelo do desemprego, sobretudo no seio dos jovens da região. À medida que passamos do nosso modo de vida para as nossas esferas verdes, o que estamos a fazer para atenuar os efeitos das alterações climáticas em termos de comércio e industrialização. O que tem sido salientado é que a passagem para as medidas ecológicas é bastante dispendiosa para as nossas sociedades. Enquanto as iniciativas de cooperação na região se aproximam ao resto do mundo, em matéria de estratégia de atuação das alterações climáticas, perdem-se postos de trabalho. Portanto, os vossos contributos ajudarão a impulsionar a reforma das políticas pautadas na região, o que contribuirá para reduzir os custos do comércio e da industrialização. Precisamos ter mais diálogo idênticos a este que ajudem os parlamentares a trazer estas questões para o primeiro plano e a defender estratégias que sejam ecológicas, mas que ao mesmo tempo protejam a taxa de emprego na região. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, não nos cansamos de afirmar que a região da SADC é rica em recursos minerais estratégicos. Os minerais críticos, como o cobre e o lítio e o níquel, desempenham um papel crucial na produção de energia limpa e tornam-se uma parte importante do comércio nos últimos anos. Constatamos que no último quinquênio registrou-se um aumento do valor do comércio de minerais críticos brutos que são abundantes na região. Chegou o momento de a região tirar proveito efetivo desses recursos e assumir a liderança com leis e políticas públicas sólidas que nos possam unir. Enquanto região, teremos de ser determinados e sistemáticos nas nossas metodologias comerciais e na criação de cadeias de aprovisionamento Os países desenvolvidos fizeram investimentos substanciais na transição energética, posicionaram-se deste modo como vanguardistas na produção da energia limpa. Por isso é que o protocolo da SADC sobre a mineração incentiva o setor privado assumir o papel central e a orienta a criar formas de promover a capacitação econômica daqueles que foram anteriormente desfavorecidos no setor minério. Vamos continuar a trocar impressões sobre o reforço das capacidades financeiras e humanas, se quisermos nos mergulhar afincadamente na quarta revolução industrial. Para terminar, gostaria de agradecer mais uma vez aos cidadãos da SADC e a todas as entidades interessadas que apresentaram as suas propostas por escrito, bem como aqueles que vão apresentar os seus contributos oralmente durante esta sessão. Distintos participantes, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, desejo a todos debates frutuosos durante esta sessão e espero que possamos obter contribuições concretas a partir das intervenções que vamos acompanhar neste encontro. Nesta conformidade, declaro aberta a reunião da Comissão do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento. Muito obrigada pela vossa atenção. Vamos então passar à apreciação da ata da reunião estatutária realizada a 13 de maio passado. Nesta conformidade, peço à nossa secretária para ir passando a ata, para apresentar a ata, e sugiro que seja apresentada página a página para que os nossos colegas se possam pronunciar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the thought-provoking. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that thought-provoking speech. As we move on to the next item, consideration of the minutes of the previous TIFI meeting that was held on the 13th of May. I have shared the speech, honorable members. I will go page by page. The first page is members present and apologies. Through you, Honorable Chair, you can say when I can move on.
Ok, em princípio não há nenhum pedido de palavra, pode passar à primeira página.
Thank you, Chair. The second page is members. The second page is the Secretariat in attendance and the agenda of the meeting.
Também, em princípio, não temos nenhuma mão levantada, portanto, pode passar à segunda página.
This is page 3. Welcome remarks. The meeting was chaired by the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Ditapelo Durapetsi. The next item on the same page was consideration of the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 17th October 2023.
Não tenho nenhuma mão levantada. Pode passar para a página 4.
Page 4, we have background and introduction. This was a presentation from TROLAC by Ms. Trudy.
Aqui não vejo.
Page 5.
Também não tem nenhuma mão levantada. Pode passar para a página 5, por favor.
Thank you, Chair. Page 5 is the continuation of the presentation by Tralak.
Vamos então passar para a página 6.
Thank you, Chair. Page 6 is still the continuation of the presentation, as well as page 7. Page 7.
Não vejo aqui nenhuma mão levantada. Portanto, vamos então passar para a página 7.
Thank you,
O
Chair.
assunto
We
é
are
o
at
mesmo,
page
portanto, podemos passar já para a página 8.
Thank you, Chair. Looks like the presentation was still going on this page, including page 9.
Senhora, vou passar para a página 9. Não vejo aqui nenhuma mão levantada.
Thank you, Chair.
Não é para me pôr.
Page 10 comes to the conclusion of the presentation, and item 12 is deliberation and recommendations. Through you, Chair, you can guide if we go through the recommendations point by point.
Vamos primeiro adotar a ata e depois então é que vamos passar para o ponto seguinte. Prezados membros, apresentada
Thank you,
que
Chair.
está a ata, convido os membros a proporem alterações na ata. Convido um dos membros para propor a adoção da ata. Pois, mas eu preciso, que eu daqui não vejo. Por favor, tem uma mão, eles têm a palavra.
I see a hand, Madam Chair, from Seychelles.
Tem a palavra, por favor.
I would like to propose the adoption of the minutes of our meeting.
Muito obrigada, ilustre colega das Seychelles. Quem apoia a adoção da ata, por favor.
A hand from Zambia, Honorable Chair.
Tem a palavra, ilustre colega da Zâmbia.
I would like to second.
Muito obrigada. A ata está devidamente aprovada. Vamos então passar para o quinto ponto. Assuntos abordados na reunião anterior constantes da ata que requeiram seguimento. Peço ao secretariado para postar os assuntos que carecem de acompanhamento.
Thank you, Chair. These come on the minutes as item 12, deliberations and recommendations. The first is deliberation on the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development Model Law on Competition. We urge the SADC PF to assess the model law's relevance to the region's challenges and consider developing a similar law tailored to the SADC context.
No ecrã do documento. É esse documento. Peço ao secretariado para postar a matriz das resoluções e ações realizadas pela Comissão Permanente. Por favor. Que é o documento que estamos a ver neste momento.
Thank you.
Já. É isso, por isso que eu pedi.
This is the
Muito obrigada. Peço ao secretariado para apresentar o documento.
Thank you, Chair. This is the resolutions and action metrics for the TIFI committee. These are resolutions from the last committee meeting and the last plenary session. With your guidance, Chair, do I go through the resolutions item by item?
O ponto 1, onde são apresentadas propostas concretas para fazer face aos desafios econômicos na região, exacerbados pela pandemia da Covid-19 e agravados por uma situação de dívida insustentável que conduziu à redução do espaço orçamental limitado aos recursos disponíveis para o desenvolvimento sustentável e para as despesas do setor social, aumentando assim os níveis de pobreza na região. Portanto, sobre essa questão, nós temos aqui o estado que ela está em curso.
If I got that correctly, it was about the debt situation, which is item 1.6. Encourage member states to submit reports on debt sustainability and management to the Standing Committee on TIFI to facilitate knowledge and experience sharing. The resolution was submitted to the member
Nós
states.
estamos a iniciar a apresentação do documento e gostaria de começar por uma questão de organização, começar por apresentar a primeira resolução e se alguém se quiser pronunciar sobre ela, nós então daríamos a palavra. Por isso,
Thank you, Chair. I could not hear the interpretation there for a while. So we start at resolution 1.1. Calls for concrete proposals to address the economic challenges in the region, exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic and worsened by the unsustainable debt situation which had led to shrinking fiscal space, limiting resources available for sustainable development and social sector spending, thereby escalating poverty levels in the region among women, youth, and children.
Para falar mais baixo. Por favor. Por favor,
Interpretation?
senhora tradutora, pode falar mais pausado?
Julia, kindly change your channel. We didn't get the interpretation for the last part.
Senhora Mecenato, por favor, leia o documento mais pausado. Está a causar algum ruído em relação à tradução.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I will start again. Resolution 1.1. It calls for concrete proposals to address the economic challenges in the region exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic and worsened by unsustainable debt situation, which had led to shrinking fiscal space, limiting resources available for sustainable development and social sector spending, thereby escalating poverty levels in the region among women, youth, and children.
Portanto, esta tarefa está em curso. Gostaria de saber dos colegas membros da comissão permanente se têm alguma observação a fazer. Tenho nenhuma mão levantada. Peço à senhora Mecenato para continuar e apresentar a resolução número 1.2, por favor.
Thank you, Chair. There's a hand raised from Lesotho.
Tem a palavra a ilustre colega do Lesoto.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members. I just hope that this will be relevant to this resolution. Very recently, some few weeks ago, we've been working on the Constitution, and some of the issues that we raised were they were involving the public financial management. We wanted to resolve, we want to support the idea that whenever the government needs debt, that the parliament should take control. Why? Because it is our observation that in some countries, huge debt compromises the services of basic services such as health and infrastructure. So if Parliament takes control, that empowers Parliament, but also there is transparency. The nation also is empowered and they know what is happening. But the most important thing is parliamentarians was whenever the government needs to take a debt, then that issue should be brought to Parliament, and Parliament should take control and authorize or refuse if it finds necessary. That's my contribution. So as Lesotho, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are still working on this. It's still at the beginning, and we hope that it will work out. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, ilustre colega do Lesoto. Não vejo mais aqui nenhuma mão levantada. Efetivamente, nós temos aqui como ação que foi realizada pelo secretariado da SADC, que enviou para os países membros a lei modelo da SADC e sugere que a mesma seja integrada na legislação dos países. Resta agora, como é uma atividade em curso, acredito que nos próximos tempos poderemos ter uma resposta dos nossos Estados-membros. Em todo caso, eu ia pedir Portanto, neste momento eu ia pedir que, caso haja mais alguma nota adicional, ao secretariado da SADC para se pronunciar, para acrescentar alguma coisa que queira sobre essa questão levantada pela nossa ilustre colega do Lesoto.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have a second hand from Seychelles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to give my contribution in regards to the model law for the financial management of the public funds. We have certain difficulties when it comes to access to information, especially financial information when it comes to government spending, certain spending, when it comes to capital project itself. As for in Seychelles, we do have a Financial and Public Management Act, the PFM Act, we call it the PFM Act. We do have an act, but as legislators, we have demanded to do oversight when it comes to government spending. But mostly this is done through our FPSC committee. Okay, though I'm not part of it, but the FPSC committee has a mandate to summon the government when it comes to their spending, project, loans, or grants that our country receives. It is only at that instance that we can scrutinize if we see there is some doubts of or misuse of the public funds. And the second instance is when it comes to the annual budget debate and scrutiny that we can ask questions. So what I want to know is, will this model law then permit not just MPs, maybe also concerned citizens like groups or NGOs that have interest in the financial spending of their own country? Will maybe can they use this model law also to get access to financial information that should be in the public domain? For instance, we know at times there is certain clause when drafting certain contract, financial contract with certain parties, or it can be bilateral or multilateral. There are certain clauses that is kept as secrecy also. This is, for instance, we have seen that. So how do we harmonize in a way for people to know what is really going on, that we don't just learn that our country has get a loan or is in debt because they have taken so and so much loans or grants or any types of funding. It is now then that we know that, okay, we were not aware that such funds has been being used for so and so purposes. My conclusion is that how do we create the fair to access of the information which is prior that the government comes before and say that we will know we be using such spending or will need such spending for so and so project or other types of programs that they will do, rather than hearing it after they have done the spending. This is a challenging us for MPs. We know we have a time frame that can be used to scrutinize these financial procedures, but we need more clarity sometime for us to do our work. This is my contribution. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada das Seychelles. Obrigada pela posição e pela preocupação aqui manifestada em relação à questão da dívida e a forma como os nossos parlamentos podem controlar e fiscalizar o aumento da dívida nos nossos países. Eu disse há pouco, em relação a essa questão, aqui já uma observação e uma ação levada a cabo pelo nosso secretariado, e eu gostaria de facto de ouvir alguém do secretariado da SADC para se pronunciar em relação a possíveis avanços que essa questão já poderá ter tido junto dos nossos governos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed strategy is in this regard, as the Secretariat has developed a balanced scorecard to facilitate the domestication and promote the PFM reforms. The scorecard is being pre-tested, and once adopted, it will be rolled out across the region. The SADC PF remains steadfast in its advocacy for streamlining the common framework for debt treatment, for greater responsiveness and inclusivity in order to provide debt relief to low-income countries. Through the engagement
Muito
of the SADC.
obrigada, senhora.
Go ahead, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora membro do secretariado da SADC. Eu penso que estão os esclarecimentos prestados. Vamos então aguardar que as ações levadas a cabo pelo secretariado da SADC surtam algum efeito e consigam, de facto, melhorar a forma como nós devemos fiscalizar o aumento da dívida nos nossos países. Vamos então passar ao ponto 1.2 e vou pedir ao secretariado para apresentar o ponto na íntegra, por favor.
Thank you,
Por
Chair.
favor, tem aqui a mão, Seychelles continua com a mão levantada. Gostaria de saber se quer continuar a intervir ou se decorre da primeira intervenção que fez.
No, I'm sorry. The raise hand was pressed by mistake. I'm sorry. My apology.
Thank you, Chair. I will proceed to item 1.2. Call to leverage regional economic growth to enhance job creation as a means of fostering youth development in the SADC region. And the remark in the same breath, the resolution was submitted to the member states according to our rules of procedure, and we are awaiting the submission of the progress during the 56th plenary assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Peço desculpas, mas eu acho que há aqui alguma coisa que não está a bater bem. Eu tenho o ponto, a resolução 1.2 é aquela que diz que incentiva os Estados-membros a apresentarem relatórios sobre a sustentabilidade e a gestão da dívida à Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento para facilitar a partilha de conhecimentos e experiências. E pedi à nossa secretária da comissão para apresentar este ponto. Só depois de discutirmos este ponto é que vamos passar para outro ponto.
Thank you, Chair. 1.2, call to leverage regional economic growth to enhance job creation as a means of fostering youth development in the SADC region. The action is the resolution was submitted to member states according to our rules of procedure, and we are awaiting submission of progress reports during the 56th plenary assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Eu ia pedir ao secretariado, nós estamos aqui com um problema, o documento em português que nos foi enviado não coincide com a versão inglesa que está a ser apresentada agora. Atualizaram. Eu peço imensas desculpas. Vamos fazer uma pequena pausa de 2 minutos. O secretariado aqui da Angola está a contactar o secretariado da SADC para obter o documento oficial.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, perhaps if I could come in, Honorable Chair.
Bom, muito obrigada. Está reposta a questão que nós tivemos aqui. Infelizmente, o secretariado da SADC só nos enviou agora a versão atualizada e, portanto, só agora recebi a versão atualizada. Portanto, apresentado, pode continuar a apresentar o ponto 1.2, por favor.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 1.2, call to leverage regional economic growth to enhance job creation as a means of fostering youth development in the SADC region. Our remark is, or action taken, this resolution was submitted to the member states in accordance to our rules of procedure. We are awaiting the submission of progress reports during the 56th plenary assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária. Estão abertas, então, as discussões para quem se quer pronunciar em relação a este ponto 1.2. Muito obrigada.
There are no hands, Honorable Chair.
Não temos nenhuma mão levantada. Vamos então passar para o ponto 1.3. Por favor, peço à senhora secretária Messenata para apresentar o ponto 1.3.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 1.3, appeal to SADC member states to institute value addition laws and policies on the production of critical minerals such as lithium and chrome before export policies to ensure that locals benefits wholly through employment creation, contribution to revenue collection, and industrialization. And the action or remark is, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is actively facilitating
Estão
meetings.
abertas as inscrições para quem se quer pronunciar à volta do ponto 1.3. Não há nenhum pedido. Uma nota gostaria de fazer. Efetivamente, nós temos na região esses minérios críticos e notamos que eles acabam sendo exportados e promovendo mão de obra e emprego nos países para onde eles são exportados, enquanto os nossos países continuam a ter problemas de desemprego alto. Portanto, como referi hoje na minha intervenção, há toda a necessidade de nós começarmos a produzir e a dar tratamento a esses minérios aqui nos nossos países, para que possamos então criar emprego, sobretudo a nossa juventude, que, como sabemos, o desemprego aqui nos nossos países é bastante alto. A ideia de se criar uma lei modelo para a mineração que sirva para proteger esses minérios críticos, é de facto uma ideia bem-vinda e vamos, ao longo do nosso mandato, dar força, de facto, à elaboração de uma proposta da lei modelo sobre os minérios, sobre os minérios críticos. Como não temos nenhum pedido de palavra, peço à senhora secretária para apresentar o ponto 1.4, por favor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I see a hand from Honorable Alfred.
Hello?
From Tanzania.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Honorable.
You can hear me?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay. Also, I want to say something on model law on the critical minerals. You know, most of our country in SADC region have various minerals, and we end up that people they are coming to our countries, extract minerals, and don't benefit ourselves at all. You can see what is happening, of course, in most of our country, including Tanzania, but critical DRC and other countries. When you see how people suffered, especially those who, youth who are directly involved in extraction, it's very bad. So I think it's the time that we as African, especially SADC region, we need to come up with laws that will, I think, will protect our people, also protect our environment and everything. So I think this is a right time that we need to come up with those model laws, and so to ensure we benefit instead of our mineral benefit other country, and we still remain poor. I think I wanted just to recommend on that 1.3 item. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Muito obrigada, caro colega Alfredo Guimeia. Tenho mais um pedido de palavras do Lesoto, será? Tem a palavra, ilustre colega do Lesoto.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I have a concern here, and my concern is it's about one of the special minerals here in Africa. And Lesotho is one of them, Botswana and other countries. This is diamond mining. There's this information coming up that recently other countries are able to manufacture diamonds in the labs. And the question, I'm sending this question to the rest of you, honorable members. Are we likely to be losing our diamonds because now the natural diamonds are being replaced by the synthetic diamonds? And some people say they're even more beautiful, they are valuable, and you cannot distinguish the synthetic diamonds from the natural diamonds. And what does this mean to us, especially in countries where these precious stones or minerals make an impact as far as the economy is concerned, where they make a positive income in some countries? I just want to hear what honorable members have concerning this issue. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado do ilustre colega do Lesoto. Eu não vejo mais nenhuma mão levantada aqui. Não sei se alguém mais se quer pronunciar. Que diz? Caros colegas, eu gostaria de fazer uma nota a essa última intervenção do nosso colega do Lesoto. Me parece que, ainda que se esteja a fabricar diamantes nos laboratórios, eles acabam por não ser diamantes naturais e, portanto, devem ter alguma propriedade que não, que não os coloca no mesmo nível que o diamante natural, para além de que, até onde eu sei, esses diamantes custam muito caros e, portanto, até prova em contrário, vamos sim continuar a produzir os nossos diamantes e, se os pudermos fazer a mineração dos mesmos nos nossos países para permitir que tenhamos jovens, para integrar jovens e reduzir o desemprego nos nossos países, será melhor. Portanto, vamos então, se não tiver mais nada aqui, vamos passar para o ponto 1.4 e eu peço à nossa secretária para apresentar o ponto 1.4.
Thank you, Chair. Item 1.4, call for establishment of a technical working group. And the action or remark?
Muito obrigada. Não sei se alguém se quer pronunciar em relação a este ponto, o ponto 1.4, sobre a criação de um grupo de trabalho. Seria um grupo de trabalho nas áreas de comércio, industrialização, integração regional e outros domínios no âmbito da nossa Comissão do Comércio, Indústria e Finanças e Investimento. Me parece que a criação desse grupo de trabalho é muito importante e gostaríamos, de facto, de saber se, em quanto tempo poderá ser criado este grupo de trabalho para que nos possam apresentar propostas concretas sobre algumas questões, sobre as questões da nossa comissão. Não sei se alguém do secretariado nos pode dar alguma informação sobre o ponto da situação deste grupo de trabalho, ou se é como consta aqui na nossa matriz.
Thank you, Chair. The Secretariat is hoping that by the end of the year, the metrics will be done and the memo will have been circulated so that the partners could indicate whether or not they will form part of the technical group. Thank you.
Por tradução, pode repetir o que disse?
Interpretation?
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada. Portanto, caros membros, ilustres membros da Comissão do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, está lançado o repto. Quem estiver interessado em participar deste grupo, por favor, pode contactar depois em off o nosso secretariado. Peço então à nossa secretária para apresentar o ponto 1.5.
Thank you, Chair. Item 1.5, further call for the establishment of Memorandum of Understanding between the SADC PF and TRALAC to facilitate the work of the Standing Committee. Honorable Chair, I'd like to say that we have a standing MOU between SADC PF and Aphrodite, and we are looking to extend with that and have another MOU with TRALAC. I thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada. Como podemos ver aqui, portanto, estão-se a criar as condições para que o memorando de entendimento vigore ou seja estendido para lá de 2024. Vamos então esperar que o secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC faça o seu trabalho. Por ser uma questão administrativa, vamos então passar para o ponto 1.6 e vou pedir ao secretariado para apresentar a resolução 1.6.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 1.6, encourage member states to submit reports on debt sustainability and management to the Standing Committee on TIFI to facilitate knowledge and experience sharing.
Estão abertas as inscrições. Peço aos ilustres colegas que se querem pronunciar em relação à resolução 1.6 para o fazerem. Não tenho aqui nenhum pedido de palavra registrado. Vamos então passar para o ponto 1. Para a resolução 1.7. Eu peço a nossa secretária para apresentar a resolução 1.7.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 1.7, encourage the harmonization of rules and regulations regarding the transport sector to ensure that trade and services is efficient and respond to the challenges bedeviling the SADC region. In addition, to guarantee that regional trade and economic integration is facilitated smoothly.
Estão abertas as inscrições para quem se quer pronunciar à volta da resolução 1.7. Portanto, não tenho aqui nenhuma mão levantada. O silêncio indica que, de facto, não há nenhuma intervenção. Vamos passar para a resolução 1.8 e peço à nossa secretária para apresentar a resolução 1.8.
Thank you, Chair. I see a hand from Seychelles.
Yes, thank you.
Tem a palavra, Seychelles, por favor.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to put my contribution when it comes to the trade within our region. And since the introduction of the African Free Trade Area, which started trading in 2021, we when analyzing the context itself, when it comes to trading, there is a slow progress. Okay, I know it's a beginning. It will take some time for all these protocols to take place and all those regulations that each and every country has to domesticate to make this treaty itself, the African Free Trade Area Agreement, fully fledged work. We still have a lot of work that needs to be done. And when I say it's slow in progress, because we still have certain trading barriers that still affect some of our countries when it comes to trading within themselves. Okay, it's easier to trade outside of the African Free Trade Area than trading amongst ourselves. This is a problem, and we have seen that in the past. We have made discussion about this situation in the past. So I think, like we have mentioned above, for us to have a clear understanding of how, as a region, do we break these barriers that is enabling us to progress forward, and also see what's available in each and every countries that we can form certain type of trading agreements among, can be bilateral, can be multilateral among ourselves, so that we don't have to go for the external, especially from the West, because there are many products that are available on the continent in our region, but it's not accessible to many of our partner countries. Like, for example, for Seychelles, we used to trade with South Africa a lot, but now we have certain issues because of the movement itself when it comes to the freight liner, the cargo, things like this, which take so much time. Yet we are very close to 4 hours away. but we still have an issue of importation from these countries. So when I say that to smoothen the process, we need also to establish the effective connectivity for the trading to take part, especially from the island nation. We have Mauritius, we have Madagascar, we have the Comoros also. Those that are on the continent itself, it's easier because you have the trading routes already established. But for us, it's kind of a concern. So we want to do trade within the region, but accessibility at times in procuring product, it's much easier to do it outside, like either in Dubai. It's easier because we have the direct routes. So maybe one point of concern is to address the issue of connectivity when it comes to trade. So we are modern, we are living in a modern world. It's easier for communication, but still we have the connectivity issue that needs to be addressed so that we can all benefit from the African Free Trade Area Agreement. This is my contribution. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, ilustre colega das Seychelles. Efetivamente, o problema do comércio na nossa região e no continente é um problema sério. Nós nos propusemos a criar essa plataforma, mas sabemos que ele não vai ser um caminho fácil, portanto, deve haver o engajamento dos nossos Estados-membros para que possamos, de facto, materializar aquilo que nos propusemos fazer. O engajamento passa pelas vias de comunicação entre os nossos continentes, o engajamento passa por começarmos a produzir mais na agricultura, investirmos mais na agricultura, investirmos mais na indústria. Portanto, só assim vamos poder permitir que haja trocas entre nós. Senão, vamos continuar sempre a ir aos outros continentes, aos países desenvolvidos, buscar os produtos que precisamos, porque efetivamente nós não temos uma agricultura desenvolvida, não temos uma indústria desenvolvida nos nossos países. Portanto, é um caminho que nós iniciamos e que de facto precisamos que os nossos países, os nossos governos, de facto levem essa nossa iniciativa de forma séria, mas com ações concretas, porque senão vamos ficar pela criação dessa plataforma, desse protocolo e não vamos sair daí. Portanto, muito obrigado, colega das Seychelles. Eram também essas notas que eu gostaria de dar em relação a essa questão. Se não tivermos mais nenhum pedido de palavra sobre essa questão, vamos então passar para a resolução 1.8, que é a nossa última resolução. Tem a palavra a nossa secretária para apresentar a última resolução.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution 1.8 is to urge member states to stay informed and actively participate in ongoing trade negotiations, addressing issues like tariffs, rules of origin, investment, and digital trade.
Está apresentada a resolução 1.8. Gostaria de saber se alguém se quer pronunciar em relação à resolução 1.8.
Yes. Yes.
Hand from Seychelles, Honorable Chair.
Tem a palavra o ilustre colega das Seychelles, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From this resolution, what I want to add to it is for us to be able to actively participate in trade negotiation as especially as Parliament, which is important because we have those expert technician, I would say technocrats that are very well trained. They are very well structured also, I would say, when it comes to looking at trade negotiation, which is very technical aspect, very technical. And if you do not have like a background when it comes in, I'm not saying in maybe a background in economics, in trading, or business management itself, it will be a bit difficult maybe to understand the basic principle of trade negotiation. But what we have done in the past is that as MPs, we have asked the government to include members of parliaments when doing trade negotiation, either locally or internationally, even as backbenchers. Because as politicians, we will advocate and also see the foreseeable issues that may arise in the near future that can affect the livelihoods of the people. Either those that are already doing their businesses or companies, or those that also is aspiring to be part or have their own businesses. And we, as politicians also, we will tend to focus on areas that will maybe go beyond what this expert or technocrat will see as technocrat will tend to focus on the data, the figure side of the trade negotiation and the benefits on, especially the financial matters on how the countries will benefit from it for the government. And they also will focus on the government coffers that, okay, we will receive such amount of wealth or money by accepting such negotiation. But they will not look on the effect that they can have on certain companies within their local context. We have seen that in the past, especially when we are in the World Trade Organization. There is not much restriction. It's like an open field that you come into play, and it makes things a little bit easier when it comes to the competitiveness of the small trades companies and with big trading company or international recognized companies that we are signing an agreement with. So in other words, it's like sometimes we will need protection from trade agreements. And it's the politician that will see that. Because the voice of the people for us when we sign these agreements, it's important that we tend to educate them that this agreement entails such and such issues or such and such benefits for the people that are in training area. So as a possible future, what we need to foresee is this type of agreement needs to be publicly debated, if it's on a global scale or maybe a multilateral agreement also. so that the people will see the pros and cons and the benefits that they can take, and also try to redress certain issues that can arise that are not in their favors. So this is something that we will, especially when we are doing in the digital era now, because everything is on a digital platform nowadays. It's easier to trade, but we need to foresee the platform that is also benefit to both parties when it comes to negotiation. Thank you.
Obrigada, ilustre deputado das Seychelles. Eu não sei, não tenho aqui mais nenhum pedido de palavra. Ainda assim, gostaria de saber se alguém mais se quer pronunciar. Há um silêncio que indica que ninguém se vai pronunciar, nem tenho nenhuma mão levantada. Portanto, em relação a essa questão 1.8, eu estou de acordo com a última parte do colega das Seychelles que apresentou no que toca debates públicos dos acordos antes deles serem assinados. Porque a maior parte das vezes, ou o que acontece sempre, esses debates chegarem ao Parlamento já depois de serem assinados entre os Estados e o Parlamento só tem que confirmar. Então, há toda a necessidade de este tipo de debates passarem a ser discutidos, haver discussões, audições públicas, que é para, antes deles serem assinados pelos Estados-membros, e depois então é que o Parlamento, quando forem o Parlamento, já temos a chancela das nossas populações, a chancela da sociedade civil, a chancela do próprio Parlamento para a sua aceitação. Prezados membros da comissão, chegamos ao fim da primeira parte da nossa reunião, onde podemos tratar todas as questões estatutárias da nossa comissão. Vamos fazer um intervalo um intervalo de 20 minutos e retomamos quando forem 11 horas e 20 minutos, hora da África do Sul.
Thank you, Chair.
Vamos então iniciar o intervalo agora e okay. Portanto, conforme eu disse, vamos terminar agora com o intervalo de 20 minutos. Quando retomarmos a segunda parte, vamos dar início às audições públicas. Muito obrigado.
Now tell me. Very important. Hi, Eddie. Eddie, you're on. Julia, you're on. Hi. I'm in the Portuguese channel. I cannot hear anything. Okay, I hear you. Julia, before Eddie, just a moment, please. Julia, quickly say it again. Speak, please. Okay, you were a moment ago. You were loud a moment ago. Now you've gone quiet. Is it a mic? Is it a microphone on your mouth? Which one? What type of mic? Yeah, the problem is, I think the problem was we cannot hear you very clear. Okay. When you say Udo stress, that sounds better, but I don't know. Do you go away from it or yeah? No, no, I can hear you. It is better. Okay. Eddie, good, good. What is it keeps on fluctuating, Eddie? I do not know what is happening. Is it now? No, no. I'm talking to Eddie. Julia, I'm talking to Eddie now. Yeah, it goes off and down. Because you would speak, then it cuts down, it cuts out, then it comes back again. Then you speak again, then it cuts out. Is it there, Eddie? We heard you say until general strike, and then after that it got cut. Eddie, are you still there? Eddie, are you gone? Yeah, you see, you got cut. A lot of what you were just talking about is gone. We couldn't hear anything. We just heard the part where you said there's a general strike, and then after that it was gone. Okay, let's quickly test after you're done. Please alert me when you're done. Uh, Ivan, Ivan, hi. Oh, you're in the French channel. Sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. Were you able to hear Julia when she spoke? Oh, okay. Hmm. Yeah. So it's only Eddie at the moment that we're trying to figure out. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Let's wait for him to come back. I can hear you. Do you want to say something long? Just want to see how long it takes before it cuts out again. Mm-hmm. Let me quickly find out from the interpreters on the other side if they can hear you properly. It was okay. 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 I do not know what you're doing, Eddie. Just stay there. Don't move. As I said this, he got disconnected from the meeting. Oh, you are here. Thank you. Sure. Davy, kindly accept the promotion as to panelist.
Vamos retomar, ilustres deputados, vamos então retomar os nossos serviços. Gostaria de saber da nossa secretária da comissão se já está na sala. Ouvir. Estou sim. Gostaria de saber da nossa secretária se o nosso tradutor já está conosco. Muito obrigada. Vamos então dar início à sessão da audiência pública e, para tal, gostaria de passar a palavra à nossa secretária para apresentar alguns anúncios da organização interna.
Interpretation?
Uh,
I can hear you now. Could you? Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I begin, Honorable Chairperson of the PF Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investments, who is chairing this meeting today, Honorable Ruth Mendes, to the members of the PF Standing Committee, parliamentarians from the SADC National Parliament, Her Excellency Ms. Biemo Tehoma, the SADC PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from our cooperating partners, the SADC PF Secretariat staff and staff of SADC Parliament nationals, distinguished participants, I have the honor to welcome you to this public hearing session by the SADC PF Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, which is being held on the Zoom platform. And I wish to make the following housekeeping announcements. Please keep your microphones on mute at all times. This meeting has interpretation in 3 official languages of the SADC PF, which is English, French, and Portuguese. There's an icon at the bottom there for interpretation. Click on the icon and choose your preferred language. This meeting is recorded and thereby will be shared on social media platforms. When raising your hand, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand and use the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. When communicating with the chair, please talk to the moderator or the committee secretary via the chat box. We should please at all times, when presenting or when asking questions, please mention your name if you're asking for yourself, or if you're a part of an organization, please mention the name of the organization before you proceed to asking your questions. At the end of the session, there will be a question and answer session after the honorable members have had a chance to deliberate on the submissions. I thank you. Over to you, Chairperson.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária. Gostaria, neste momento, de pedir aos membros da Comissão de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento para fazerem a sua autoapresentação aos nossos ilustres convidados que se encontram neste momento a trabalhar conosco nesta sessão. Eu vou começar por mim e depois os outros colegas podem dar sequência. Eu sou Ruth Mendes, sou presidente da Comissão Permanente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimentos e estou nesta qualidade a presidir esta sessão. Faz favor, caros colegas, podem se ir apresentando.
Good afternoon. My name is Honorable Clifford Aglaé. I'm a Sheshal SMP, and I'm also a member of the TIFI committee. Thank you.
Lesoto, por favor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Pinky Manamulela, Member of Parliament from Lesotho. Thank you, Honorable Members.
Muito obrigada, ilustre deputada. Zâmbia, por favor.
Good morning. My name is Kalalwe Mkosa, Member of Parliament from Zambia and member of the TIFI committee. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Zimbábue, por favor.
Where's Zimbabwe? Where is Zimbabwe?
Zimbábue não aparece. Seychelles, por favor. Já? Tanzânia, por favor.
Yes, Seychelles is there.
Faz favor.
Já falou, já fez a apresentação.
E a Tanzânia. Peço aos outros colegas que
Honorable
estão
Chair.
na sessão, que ainda não fizeram autoapresentação, para o fazerem.
Honorable Chair, we have an excuse from Honorable Member from Seychelles.
Ok? Ok? Michel. Yeah. Tem a palavra o honorável deputado Michael. Senhora secretária, tem uma mão levantada. Não sei se vai ser alguém que se queira apresentar ou se tocou por acaso. Por favor, veja o que se passa.
It's a hand from Honorable Michael.
Dus zo ging ik bij die hem. Wat moet je maar even tegen me daar weer gewoon doen. Dat is een tapata, ja, dat helemaal.
Ilustres colegas, vamos ganhar tempo e vou então preferir uma intervenção para a abertura desta segunda sessão. Com todo o protocolo observado, gostaria de dar as boas-vindas aos membros que começaram a participar desta segunda sessão, que se realiza sob o lema Tirar proveito do papel do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC na facilitação da participação dos cidadãos na integração regional da SADC para uma maior responsabilização, um desenvolvimento e a coesão socioeconômicas inclusivos. A nível do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, a Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimentos está encarregue de tratar as questões relacionadas com a integração e a cooperação econômicas, a industrialização, os investimentos e o comércio intrarregional. Como referimos no início da primeira sessão, hoje é um dia especial porque temos a oportunidade de ouvir os nossos representados com a apresentação das suas contribuições sobre matérias que são de grande valia, que poderão impulsionar mudanças na vida dos nossos povos. Vamos então ouvir as propostas que nos trazem e equacioná-las, para podermos tirar o maior proveito em benefício dos cidadãos da região, sobretudo os jovens. Declaro aberta esta sessão e muito obrigada. De seguida, vou passar a palavra à secretária para
Thank
nos
you,
dar
Honorable Chair.
quem vai ser o primeiro orador.
The first presenter is from the Chandler Institute of Justice. If you may, Honorable Chair, the presentation was meant for the statutory meeting. Therefore, they had a little bit of time. If you could please indulge us in giving them 20 minutes of presentation and another 20 for deliberations from members. May I present to you Mr. Ron Chari. If you would allow me, I'd like to read his short bio. Honorable Chair. Ron Chari is the Executive Director for the Chandler Institute of Justice. He has vast experience working as a financial service lawyer and investment professional. He has worked in over 30 African countries, advising on international financial transactions and policy reform initiatives. Prior to joining the Chandler Institute, Ron was a senior counsel within the development finance practice at the World Bank Group, where he provided legal and transactional support related to the World Bank's financial intermediation functions and innovative development finance initiatives. Mr. Chari has an MBA in finance. He has a master's in law and economics and a postgraduate diploma in finance. Mr. Chari, if you're ready, you may please share your presentation.
Good morning, Mesenat. I'm just trying to share my screen. Just giving me a bit of technical challenges. Okay.
A palavra, ela já fez. Ok, já.
Please confirm if you can see my screen, Mesenat.
I can see your screen.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, Honorable Chair of the SADC Trade Industry Finance and Investment Committee, honorable members of the committee that are present, the Secretary General of the SADC PF, and citizens of SADC region are also attending this session. We'd just like to briefly introduce Chandler Institute of Justice and some of the work that we're doing with the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I understand this presentation was...
Portuguese kindly, Eddie, who's supposed to be interpreting? You are both quiet. Okay, continue.
Okay, thank you so much. So I understand this presentation was supposed to be made in the committee meeting, but we're still happy to just present it. But it's just a summary of the proposal that we're making to the SADC PF. We are been working with the SADC PF, providing technical assistance on a couple of issues. Some of them have been discussed within the committee meeting that relate to development of the model law on critical minerals. But for this one, it's targeted more specifically, I think, to work that the committee is involved in, the model legal framework on public-private partnerships. This was supposed to be a 40-minute presentation, so I'll try to quickly just run through it so that I allow some time for questions and discussion maybe at the end of the presentation. Who is the Chandler Institute of Justice? We're a private institution headquartered in Cape Town. Our work is centered around working with African governments and legislative bodies. We provide expertise related to law reform, just trying to work with governments, partners in facilitating the development of laws that we think will foster good governance, economic development, and social mobility. Our service areas are clustered into 4 areas. We do provide law reform advisory on ongoing government-led law reform initiatives. We're currently working with various government departments in Zambia and in Malawi on reforming specific legislation related to infrastructure, energy, labor, and other sectors. We also do generate our own research and knowledge. Part of the work that we're currently doing at the moment, we're developing research on critical minerals and how we think those should be regulated within the SADC region. We also provide specialized legal training on specific topics. This is more demand-driven, mostly for our government partners. And then lastly, we also work on developing model laws on areas that we think are critical to regional, local, and continental development, focusing some of the key areas of our economies. One of the work that we're doing is trying to work on a model law on mining. And this presentation is centered around public-private partnership investments. What are PPPs? Generally or broadly, they can be defined as long-term contracts between private party and a government entity, for which the private party provides a service or delivery of an asset that is generally supposed to be delivered by a public entity. And for that, I think there's an element of risk sharing and responsibility sharing between the private party and then in the government. The various types of PPPs that exist on the market, you can classify them in different ways. The first one is just the service and asset related PPPs. So service PPPs relate to delivery of public service by private entities. And then asset PPPs relate to construction and operation of public assets by private entity. This is typically for infrastructure projects. You can also classify them with whether it's a new asset or it's an existing asset. So greenfield PPPs are typically for new assets, and brownfield are typically for upgrading and managing existing assets. The other way to classify PPPs is through the payment mechanisms. Who pays for the construction or utilization of a particular asset? It's typically user pays. This is common for toll roads, where the users of the toll roads typically pay at tolling points within that particular infrastructure. The other method is government pays the private sector for making infrastructure assets available. And you can also have a kind of a hybrid mechanisms. Lastly, you can also classify them based on the function that is being performed by the private party. So typically design, build, or build and rehabilitate, the financing, maintenance, and then also operation PPPs. There are various examples of PPPs that exist on the market in the SADC region and then continentally and then internationally. They're typically for transport, roads, airports, railways, and ports. Also in social infrastructure, hospital, housing, stadiums, as examples. And then for energy, typically renewable energy projects such as solar, wind, hydro, and then also for construction of transmission infrastructure. Also expands to ICT for data centers, broadband networks, and then also typically for water and sanitation, dams, and so on. What are some of the benefits that we think PPPs will bring to the SADC region? Broadly speaking, I think regional integration. We do have some examples of regional infrastructure that cuts across different national borders. Example is the Kazungula border post. There's so many other transmission lines that facilitate exchange or selling of electricity resources across borders, facilitating regional trade, infrastructure development, of course, create jobs, boosting investments, both local investments, and then also foreign direct investments. And then we think they also can facilitate energy transition and then also the digital transformation of our economies. We've identified certain gaps in the current framework that regulates PPPs within the region. We're just highlighting some of the few that we think need addressing. One of them is absence of comprehensive PPP-specific legislation. We find that PPPs are regulated differently across the region, but in most countries, we don't have legislation and regulations that are specifically targeting PPPs. There's been a drive to develop some of these, but I think it's also kind of fragmented and not very much consistent across member states. Limited institutional capacity of managing complex PPP projects. Some of them are quite complex and require certain institutional capacity. There's also unclear risk allocation between the parties that are involved, particularly on the private side and then also on the public side. And there are certain gaps in the legal provisions, and then which does not really facilitate long-term contracts. Or some of these arrangements go beyond 20 or 30 years. And then also inefficiencies in public procurement and transparency, which kind of then relates to weak legislative oversight and accountability of the entities that are responsible, and then inadequate legal protections for private investors. And then lastly, inadequate local content and community development provisions in the legislation. Why do we think a model law for PPPs will help facilitate investment in the sector within the region? We think that it will address legal harmonization issues. We do have different legal regimes operating across the various SADC member countries. Some have civil law, some have common law kind of background. But to facilitate regional infrastructure projects, we think that harmonizing legal standards and legislation would help. Also help addressing risk allocation issues between private sector and then government. We think that risk does not need to be unfairly skewed in favor of either the private sector or the public sector, but there needs to be a balance. It will also create institutions that specifically regulate or monitor how PPPs are implemented. And then obviously regional integration through development of shared infrastructure, and then also standardization of how we procure and implement EPP projects. And then fifth one, creating an investor-friendly regulatory environment. And then also lastly, I think as parliamentarians, you do play quite a significant role in oversight and accountability, but we think legislation will kind of then entrench this particular role so that parliamentarians and other oversight constitutional entities and government entities can also have a role to play in how PPPs are being implemented. And then lastly, what do we think is the role of members of parliament in this process? I think obviously parliament plays a role in creating the legal framework. Secondly, oversight and accountability, just to make sure that there is some legislated role of parliament to play an oversight role. We think parliament also plays a role in aligning national and regional priorities and goals. Then I think there's a repetition there, but providing updates and amendments to existing policies and standards, including legislation. I'll stop here and see if there are any questions. We're happy to take questions as they come. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, nosso preletor desta primeira audição. Tendo em conta que estamos por vídeo, estamos a trabalhar remotamente, para não prendermos aqui, eu gostaria de saber dos colegas, dos ilustres deputados, membros da comissão, se alguém tem questões para o nosso preletor. Caso tenham, cada um tem 3 minutos para apresentar a sua questão. Muito obrigado.
There's a hand from Lesotho, Honorable Chair.
Tem a palavra a ilustre deputada do Lesoto, por favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I want to thank Mr. Cherry for this wonderful and short presentation. Honorable members, I think we have an experience with our present hospital. It's called Queen Mamohato Memorial Hospital. This was the first PPP project that Lesotho participated in. And unfortunately, we didn't take long. The partnership just fell off, and it's costing, I think, both sides a huge amount of money. First of all, we have, as a country, we think this was a very complex contract. Probably we didn't even know how to handle it. We were supposed to go much, much longer, but like I said, the partnership just fell off. And there's this also feeling that one member was benefiting much more than the other. So from what Mr. Cherry has just put up, I strongly that feel that we need to be involved. We need this model law, and the parliament also should play its oversight role when such partnerships or contracts are being signed. So in short, I just want to emphasize that probably the contract fell off, the partnership fell off, just because there were a number of challenges, a number of issues that we didn't handle properly. So thank you for the presentation, Mr. Cherry. We need the model law. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, ilustre deputada do Lesoto. Eu tenho mais uma mão levantada. Passo a palavra ao nosso ilustre deputado da Zâmbia.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to thank the resource person who was giving us a presentation which was very insightful on PPP. I do also support the proposal that we should have a model law on PPP, because I've seen in our country here in Zambia, we also have some projects that are being implemented using the PPP model. Now, why do I support it? I do know that when a government engages in a PPP model, usually the money that is involved is huge. Now, wherever there is a huge commitment by government in terms of funding, it is important that the public who are citizens of that particular country get to know about what is happening. What am I saying? You know, we now have the model law on public financial management, which dictates that, look, when the government is engaging in borrowing, it is important that the government or the executive go to seek authority from parliament. Now, certain PPP models, there is a thin line between certain PPP models and what can be referred to as debt. Let me give you a practical experience in Zambia. We have a road that we are working on under PPP model. It's called Ndola Lusaka Dual Carriageway. We are upgrading a road to dual carriageway. Now, what happens in that PPP project is that we already have some targets where we have been collecting money as a country, and that money forms part of the revenue that we use in the budget. Now, with this new PPP project, it means that the concessionaire, who is the contractor in the PP project, will take over the targets and all the money that the government was collecting from those targets will now be going to that concessionaire. So now, you find that the revenue that the country was having will now be forgone. It will be transferred. The government has stopped getting money. So in other words, certain PPP models can in the actual sense be a loan. In form, it can be looking like it's just a PPP. But in reality or in substance, you will find that even though this is being referred to as a PPP, it is in the actual sense a loan, which may require approval by parliament. So if we have a model law on PPP, then we are going to ensure that all the issues are going to be taken care of to make sure that the public resources are well protected. That's a short comment I wanted to make, Chair. I thank you.
Muito obrigada, ilustre deputado da Zâmbia. Eu gostaria de saber se alguém mais se quer pronunciar à volta da nossa intervenção, que foi aqui apresentada. Não tenho mais nenhuma mão levantada, eu gostaria de devolver a palavra ao nosso ilustre preletor para reagir às questões apresentadas.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chari, you may continue with your presentation, please.
So I'd actually just finalized the presentation. I'd made it brief, but I think what we were proposing is, I did mention earlier on that we're making two proposals at the moment to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The first one, we've done a lot of research on critical minerals, which I think was also part of the discussion earlier on, and on how we think they could be regulated, just to have more standardized approach. I think we all agree that they are very much in demand. And I think critical in the sense that I think critical being a subjective element as well. I think there was an honorable member from Lesotho was talking about diamonds. But I think from what we see, critical is what we deem to be critical to the region. But we think we need to have standardized approach on how these are regulated. Various issues like, for instance, value addition, beneficiation, how local businesses and local jobs can also be created and facilitated, community issues. So that's one discussion that we're having with the SADC Parliamentary Forum on trying to create a model law around that area. In addition to that, I think we also think that infrastructure is quite key to the work that the committee is doing on regional integration, facilitating investment and trade facilitation as well. But we think as much as we know that so many SADC has a very ambitious regional infrastructure plans, we do have various legal systems that operate from Angola, which is Lusophone, some of the other Francophone countries, which are more predominantly civil law backgrounds. We do have some countries within the region that use English law, some like South Africa and Zimbabwe that use Roman Dutch law. But having standardized approach that we think could help and harmonize regulations and legal frameworks to attract investment, and then to also address some of the challenges that we face. We do want this when foreign investment come in to get also local jobs to be created, local businesses to also participate and acquire some of those skills. And then also from a governance perspective, we think as parliamentarians, we ought to play a role, oversight, in making sure that the executive arm of the government also is doing things properly. At the moment, PPPs are mostly left to contracts, which are very complex documents, which each time a PPP project has to be implemented. Sometimes it takes over a year or two to just negotiate and finalize a contract. But by having standardized regulations and legal frameworks, we think that can also cut down a lot of that time. And having some of those roles that each party plays, including the oversight role of Parliament, being entrenched in the legislation. And once we have a more harmonized model law that the member states can then also adopt, we think that it will ease implementation of PPP projects in the region.
Gostaria de avisar o secretariado que perdemos a tradução. A menina também não estava.
Interpretation?
Nós perdemos a última parte da tradução, todas as formas da intervenção do preletor, todas as formas, acho que devemos avançar. Portanto, eu gostaria também, posso continuar, tradutor, intérprete? Eu gostaria também de me pronunciar. Efetivamente, a questão das parcerias público-privadas nas nossas realidades acabam ainda não dando os resultados almejados. E é aquilo que já referiu a colega do Lesoto e também o colega da Zâmbia. Me parece que há toda a necessidade de termos legislação clara em relação ao tipo de estados que nós temos, e como disse bem o preletor, precisamos harmonizar todas as questões dos países membros da região para que, de facto, para que possamos ter esse modelo econômico de parcerias público-privadas a funcionarem e a apresentarem resultados que permitam o crescimento e o desenvolvimento dos nossos países. Agora é que é. Sim. Yeah. Após isso, vou então devolver a palavra à nossa secretária para continuar a parte das audições.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chari, for the presentation on PPPs and getting the ball rolling for members to understand the issues around PPPs. Thank you. Our next presenter is Advocate Davi Malungisa. And may I please share his presentation?
If you can allow me to share.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that yeah.
Honorable Chair, Mr. Davi Malungisa is a senior advisor at SAWatch, responsible for the Natural Resources and Climate Change Program, where his focus is on energy transition, critical minerals, and climate change. He holds academic qualifications in law, sociology, and management practice. Thank you, Chair. The floor is yours, Mr. Davi.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to share now. If I fail, you can assist me.
Okay.
All right. Do you see it?
I see it. If you could increase the font a little bit.
Okay. Is it fine now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on your time zone. Chair of the Standing Committee on Trade, Finance and Investment, Honorable Ruth Mendes, Honorable members of Parliament here present and members of the committee, the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretary General, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name has been given, and I'm coming from the Southern Africa Resource Watch, which is an independent non-profit organization registered in terms of the laws of South Africa. Our aim is to achieve improved human conditions through the good governance of the region's resources So our mission is to promote participatory, transparent, and accountable utilization of extractive resources. Presently, and of relevance to this meeting, to this hearing, is that we aim to contribute to the current effort towards a just energy transition in which no one is left behind, and also linked to the need for climate change resilience. So it is this pillar of energy transition and critical minerals where we have focused on the extractive sector in ways that we can see how our minerals drive industrialization with the attendant benefits of creating jobs and supporting communities. So we know clearly that there are many economies, about 63 of them in the world, that are dominated, whose economic activities are dominated by mineral extraction. So there are countries that face resource dependence, and yet they also have very weak governance frameworks. So in today's terms, we find that the mineral demand for clean energy technologies is expected to rise by at least 4 times by 2040, clearly to meet climate change targets set at the level of the United Nations Climate Convention on the Convention on Climate Change. So in this transition, I think the main label has been energy transition, and the question is transitioning from fossil fuels to the use of clean energy, and the mediation there is what I am mainly going to be discussing in the submissions. The focus is on green minerals. These green minerals, they are important for the manufacturing of electric vehicles, for battery storage systems, for solar, wind, and as I said earlier, they are at the center of the global energy transition. But more broadly, they are not only linked to the energy transition, they are also key in the whole high-tech sector, looking at cell phones, looking at some defense and military equipment. But we need to understand this more in the context of another transition that is taking place, which is the 4th industrial revolution. And like any revolution, if you can recall from when people discovered iron from stone, you find that there are winners and losers. So it's either you shape up, you adapt, or you risk being left behind. In the green minerals question, I've heard of here as well that it depends whether you call them critical. It depends on your own interests. So they may be called critical minerals, they can be called energy transition minerals, they can be called strategic minerals, or some are calling them development minerals. But the key issue is that they remain feedstock to the manufacture of green technologies. But criticality is better understood from the needs of users or consumers, not just us as suppliers, if we are looking at our region. So you'll find that if you go to the US, the even different departments, Department of Defense may have a different list of critical minerals from the Department of Energy. It depends. So it's very dependent on the user. But what we have seen, and important for legislators, is that the countries like Canada, Australia, the US, and the European Union, including Japan, they've what they call critical minerals list. And they also have official critical mineral strategies. These are scarce right now in our region, and it's a cause of concern for legislatures to make sure that there is really some strategies that are emerging. But what we have found from our work is that in Zambia, on 28 August 2024, they launched a critical mineral strategy for the country. You can critique it that it's very thin compared to that of Australia or of the Canadian ones, but the Canadian one, but you will see that Zambia has moved in that context. They've even launched copper a strategy just looking at one commodity, copper. And that strategy envisages that from their current about 800,000 metric tons production, they want to move to about 3 million by 2030. And you can see that the country has got a roadmap and so forth. But what we also know is that SADC is a global hub of these energy transition minerals, and their uses are there to see, and because this is a demand-driven process, a demand-driven trade area, investment and trade area, and so you'll see it's the minerals that we have are well matched with the clean energy technologies that are relevant today. So we can see I've just put on a slide there. We're looking at platinum group metals, green hydrogen. You can see that the platinum group metals are linked to electrolyzers that are important for green hydrogen, but I don't have time to break down that. Cobalt, electric vehicles, manganese, electric vehicles, wind turbines, chromium, and so forth. And you can see that Africa has abundance of these resources, including copper, lithium, nickel, and the rare earth elements. So we have done studies ourselves in six countries, now 12 in SADC, and for each country, we're just looking at the key actors and the initiatives around the renewable energy value chains using critical minerals as a feedstock for our analysis. But also we are seeing within this energy transition, there are controversies of other minerals that I'm not going to discuss here. Natural gas, in some quarters, classifications are saying natural gas is a transitional sort of fuel. But there are controversies as well because there's methane when you're talking of natural gas, which is a short-term pollutant, but let me not dwell on that. The uranium as well, and it's linked to nuclear energy. I'm talking of these because they are also abundant if you are looking at uranium in this region, if you are looking at natural gas in Mozambique, and discoveries of oil and gas in Namibia, you can talk. So this gives us a context to also let me skip the one on transitional fuel. I'll skip the one on nuclear energy. I've already given you about Zambia's copper strategy. So there are issues of economic importance that legislators need to consider, especially that these are demand-driven and we talk of integration into global value chains. So the case of Zambia, for example, is that it launched its strategy 2024, but there are issues there between Zambia and DRC, where Zambia and DRC have got a cooperation agreement to add value, to manufacture batteries, but also to manufacture electric vehicles that are adapted to the African context. So already you can see that this is supported by feasibility work a Bloomberg study showed that the production of battery precursors in the DRC was estimated at 39 million US dollars compared to 117 million US dollars in the USA, $112 million in China, and $65 million dollars in Poland. So you can just see that there are both competitive and competitive advantages that our region it has those advantages. Then the other issue that is developing between DRC and Zambia is that the agreement that they signed also makes provision for the creation of special economic zones for the batteries value chain. And there is already identification of about 2,000 hectares between DRC Kipushi and Zambia Sindola. But what we have seen even is that the feasibility studies that are now have taken place, I think we thought this would be a corridor that is cross-border, but it looks like the feasibility studies are indicating that the Zambia will have its own and the DRC will have its own a special economic zone. But for trade and investment purposes, you will then see that from what or the indications at the moment is that there will be also an interest to say what is the country risk of DRC, what is the country risk of Zambia, and the governance models that accompany that. But it's a point for legislators to also say to us whether they are fully updated about these developments and they fully understand the number of MOUs that have been signed and whether those have been debated sufficiently in Parliament and in terms of the public hearings. So you can see there's a DRC-Zambia cooperation agreement, there's a tripartite agreement, which DRC, Zambia, and the USA. There's also an agreement between the African Development Bank and the UN Economic Commission for Africa to finance feasibility studies, but also to accompany this whole process. There are multiple of other bilateral agreements, which I think can be overwhelming if there's no systematic decoding and making sure that there's literacy on the side of members of parliament to engage with these international MOUs or the treaties that are emerging and whether they are going to be domesticated and comply with national laws. Then there are other policies, frameworks at the if you are looking at the African Union's mining vision, and there's also a draft green minerals development strategies, all progressive at a continental level. But when you come to the region and then to countries, you'll see that there is no harmonization. And my submission is mainly to say there's need for harmonization of especially mining laws in terms of green minerals exploration and extraction, as well as the SADC's industrial protocols, so that there's an alignment at a regional level. Then I'll skip about special economic zones, but just at the back of your mind, just remember that these are also in the form of industrial zones, and they've got incentives in those zones, and some of those incentives may be around taxation, issues of subsidies or import duty waivers and so forth. So it just means the committees should be engaged with the technical components as well as the types of agreements that are being signed, because some of the issues will be hidden in those agreements. But we're also seeing that there's a geoeconomics and geopolitics involved. And that is where the question is whether individual countries should be negotiating on their own, or this is the time to strengthen SADC instruments in a way that there's a regional SADC level and the African Union level where we come in as trade blocks, because in our own individual configurations, it's very difficult to say we are that. You can wield power if you are in a small country, but also if you are looking at scales as a continent, we know that we have about 1.2, 1.3 billion people, $7 trillion. If we're looking at maybe the GDP, and you cannot compare that weight when you are looking at individual countries, even for South Africa, which has got 380 billion GDP and only 60 million people. So we need to start thinking regional. What we have seen as well is that there are trade facilitation points. They are geared towards extraction and the export of raw materials, meaning our minerals are going to be or are being exported in their own form with little value addition, maybe save for copper, where we have got industries here that are doing that value addition. You can then see the geopolitics working out when you look at the Lobito corridor, how the US and the Western countries are very enthusiastic in supporting that corridor. Yet there's little that you can point on the ground in terms of the projects to beneficiate our minerals, even in the DRC and Zambia, where the US has signed an agreement with them. So we are still continuing then to sponsor or to support Western industrialization, and you can look at it even in the tariff structures, where I think I have heard for about the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, where there are incentives to purchase environmental goods, green products, where you can get a subsidy for purchasing an electric vehicle. But in some terms, they will be saying you must actually use a EV with a battery manufactured in the US. And then you can tell from that the tariffs are higher for finished exports, even if we have preferential access in other areas. So let's look clearly on tariff structures and how they are going to be useful for us to incentivize our investment in our region for export of finished commodities. I'm not so sure the time that I have so that I can start winding down. I'll benefit from guidance from the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davi.
I haven't finished. I'm just saying I don't know how many minutes I have, so I move faster, like what I'm doing now. So the issue of finance is a problem.
Eu passo a palavra à nossa secretária para dizer quanto tempo resta, por favor, porque creio que ela já lhe tinha dado um tempo adicional e agora só ela poderá dizer quanto tempo resta.
Thank you, Chair. You have about 5 minutes, Mr. Davi, to round up.
So I'll start descending. Yes, thank you so much. Yes. So the issue of finance, I'll just indicate that there are models that are you can look at, and they are falling under the Just Energy Transition Framework. South Africa, for example, has got a Just Energy Transition Partnership. But what you can see is that there is a gap, a big gap. For example, the partners for South Africa undertook to mobilize about 8.5 billion over 5 years to support South Africa's Just Energy Transition Program. Within it, there is funds or projects that are promoting private sector partnership, and that may also include opportunities for manufacturing of green products. But when you'll see that from 2023 to 2027, South Africa just any transition investment plan required 1.5 trillion. And that's 2023 to 2027. So there is a big gap in terms of the investments that are needed for us to beneficiate. The issue is that the obstacles, apart from financial constraints, they also include inadequate regulatory frameworks. And I think the previous speaker spoke clearly about that. But we need really to look at our protocols so that we only not focus on global value chains, but we begin to create regional value chains. Then we still have other issues around social license, for example, where local communities are being subjected to very low standards of environmental and social governance instruments. So we need to look at that, because if you just go to DRC, the dust that you meet in the mining areas, the transport, the vehicles that are running through the road infrastructure there, and the forced evictions in terms of the people who are in areas where they are identifying mines, like for cobalt or for copper. You are seeing that our people need some form of real protection, even if they are issues around reporting and corporate governance standards, but there's more scrutiny that needs to be done to ensure that there is a real social license to operate, which is based on the consent of our citizens, especially in mining affected areas. You can see for yourself, girls like this one, they are part of the value chain. So you can't ignore them, but they need to be protected. She's supposed to be at school. If you are looking at your sustainable development goals, goal number 5 on gender equality, this is what must be connected between the electric vehicles and the girls that are missing a future, the children that are being born, the drug problems affecting the small scale miners. In DRC alone, cobalt supply, 30% artisanal miners. So there's need to look at them carefully, look at all standard national laws and regulations, even the young boys who are also skipping school to just join this demand and these inhuman conditions where we are crowded and in dangerous dungeons, and some of our people are being buried as they mine these commodities. So, but there are also good practices that are emerging in the DRC. We've seen the involvement of communities, and they are signing community benefit agreements, which is funds that are being provided by companies that are mining in a way that they contribute to social infrastructure, health, education, clinics, schools, and other social amenities. These are good examples to learn around them. But there are also risks around that it's not, we are not only the region with these minerals. We've got the lithium triangle in South America. We have even other countries like Canada and Australia who are also producing. And the other questions around whether we can also promote a circular economy where we can reuse in a way that we reduce dependence on the original mining activity. So we need to shift, in conclusion, we need to shift from government, just concern with government, and have a governance framework that is inclusive of the people, and so that we can use the mineral wealth to feed into our sovereign wealth funds and also create economic diversification that is required. And anti-corruption, visionary leadership, constitutions, and accountability mechanisms are required. For our takeaways, then what we are doing as Southern Africa Resource Watch is that we are working with relevant SADC organizations in a way that we have a framework of what we are calling using green minerals for a equitable, resource-based industrialization strategy. And that we are in the process of the consultations, the studies, as well as working with the processes around the African mining vision, so that there is an alignment. The issue is to promote regional value chains, but our MPs have to ensure that people are at the center. That means these hearings must also take place at a local level, so that there's not only industrialization, but there's structural transformation and promotion of regional integration, and especially towards continental integration as promoted by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The last speaker also spoke of public-private partnerships, triple P. We are moving with triple four. I mean, we are moving with the 4 Ps. So we have added philanthropy to that equation. There is quite significant philanthropic activity that is sponsoring research and development, research and innovation, and also providing research in terms of social economic policy research and training for parliamentarians. And that's also our MOU with the SADC PF is also to try to find ways that we can support the training of members of parliament, so that they can champion a green minerals led industrialization for those countries and for our region as well. I think I'll stop here and interface with you in comments, and thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, caro preletor. Agradecemos pela sua brilhante interpretação. Vou passar a palavra aos ilustres deputados para apresentarem algumas questões, caso tenham, e dou 3 minutos a cada um para se pronunciar. Muito obrigada.
Honorable Chair, there's a hand from Zambia and Lesotho.
Tem a palavra a ilustre deputada do Lesotho, por favor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Malungisa, for a wonderful presentation. Very educative, and this is a very gray area for me. But you deleted something that is I was very interested in. that is the nuclear energy. What are the challenges and what are the benefits? Would you be able to just in short explain the advantages of nuclear energy? Unfortunately, you skipped that area, and honestly, I was very much interested in. Thank you.
Obrigada, ilustre deputada do Lesoto. Passo a palavra ao ilustre deputado da Zâmbia.
Are you able to get me?
Yes, Honorable, we can hear you.
Estou a ouvir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Malungisa, for the insightful presentation. First of all, Mr. Malungisa, I think during your presentation, I think you were you more or less like asked not directly, but you just made a comment to say you are not sure to what extent parliaments have been involved in debating the various memorandum of understandings that have been signed. So now I was prompted to make a comment because I think Zambia is one of the countries that was talked about. We have some arrangement with DRC. I am aware of that. But as parliament, I think the executive or the Minister of Mines hasn't yet brought the strategy that was launched recently and the memorandum of understandings between Zambia and Zimbabwe for debate in the House. Perhaps maybe when the ministry is ready, they will bring to Parliament. But as it is, the nothing has been brought yet, and we haven't debated the mineral strategy and the memorandum of understandings that we have between Zambia and Zimbabwe regarding the electrical vehicles and the electrical vehicle batteries. Then I also wanted to just support you on the issue of harmonization of mineral laws. Now, the other issue I wanted to get a comment from you is on the issue of taxation, because you see, you can have a good strategy on mining, but if the fiscal regime is weak, then regardless of the production that you have in the mining sector, then the number of tons that you are producing per whatever mineral in a year will not result in benefits to the citizens of our respective countries. So I don't know, how best do you think SADC countries can overcome this problem of poor mining taxes or tax regimes? Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, ilustre deputado da Zâmbia. Eu não vejo mais nenhuma mão levantada. Eu, neste caso, devolvo a palavra ao nosso preletor para reagir a essas duas questões apresentadas pelos colegas do Lesoto e da Zâmbia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question from Lesotho, Honorable Manamolela. Your question, yes, I skipped the nuclear energy just from the strict classification of critical minerals. So I think that's that. I thought I didn't need to really dwell on that, but just for your sake, um, I think the most what we know is that in this region we have got uranium deposits. If you are talking of Namibia, I'm sure Zimbabwe and in South Africa. So, but if you look at Namibia, they are sending the concentrates to China, where they've got nuclear for power for power generation. So in itself, nuclear generates clean energy, but you may talk of maybe the other processes of bringing in the feedstock to the plant, maybe the transportation will be emitting emissions, but the challenge around nuclear has been around the nuclear waste and also the nuclear accidents that we know of. They are so huge and they grab media attention. So to that extent, nuclear will have its disadvantages, including being an expensive technology. At Southern Africa Resource Watch, we are still to develop a position, but using what we know is that we are not advocating for it in that sense until we are sure. But if you are checking how the technologies are evolving, there are now small nuclear reactors. There are ways that the technology is becoming more favorable, but you need to really engage with the technical details. And I've seen that the international, it should be Atomic Agency, the agents that's looking at nuclear energy, you find that it's also trying to educate, and it's not harmful for members of parliament to be educated around nuclear and be able to have an informed, to inform the debate. But also nuclear is used for not only for power, it's also used for medical, the X-rays, some medical technologies that you can also say nuclear can be considered as an area that we can beneficiate our uranium. So nuclear for peaceful means is something that you can explore as legislators. On this continent, we only have South Africa that is generating its power from nuclear. But there's opposition around maybe the deals being the expense, but also the corruption that may take place around that. So that links me. Question of corruption links me to the next question that came from our honorable from Zambia. What can we do in terms of our fiscal regimes? I think when I started interfacing with parliamentarians, it was mainly around budget making and budget implementation. So the cycle there, you can see that the budget will have two sides. The revenues, the budget will also have the expenditures, but within the revenue stream, we know when we discuss the issue of debt, that we have our countries in debt stress because they are also trying to borrow to support maybe balance of payment support and so forth. So the combination there tells me that for us, we are doing study as well, a regional one, so that we come up with a model law on taxation, so that key issues that we are seeing that we have to be looking at is a revenue that is bypassing our fiscus, and that revenue may be through our porous borders where we have illicit trade taking place, where we don't have enough equipment. If you go, as I was saying, if you go to Kolwezi, I was in Kolwezi, Lualaba province in the DRC last 2 weeks ago. All you see are a move, transportation of Africa, the earth, the soil is moving from that region and going to Durban and to China or to some ports, the Nakala or in Dar es Salaam there. So you see that but I was speaking to a geologist who was saying, they are exporting all this. We don't know other minerals that are in that soil. We are just sending they may find copper, they may find other minerals apart from the cobalt that they are getting. So it means we are not capturing enough value so that we feed into our budgets, into our fiscal systems. Corruption, the deals that are taking place between technocrats or bureaucrats and companies. We know from Glencore, we know that corruption has been a big aspect that we have to look at. There are also strategies around production sharing agreements that like in DRC, I think now in Zimbabwe as well, where they say instead of a mining company paying royalties, they also pay through the actual commodity that has been mined, so that you can sell at the right time as a country. But we need to understand those agreements, the production sharing agreements, and whether they are good for our fiscus. In our studies, we have also seen the creation of these sovereign wealth funds. In Mozambique, I think there's one big around gas. So the question is whether, as we transition, can we use, like Norway, the concept of sovereign funds, so that we also use it to diversify
Eu ia
and
pedir que o senhor
in
desse
other
um
sectors. Okay, so
para
I
abreviar,
was talking.
dou-lhe mais 1 minuto ou 2 para concluir essa ideia que nos está a apresentar, por favor.
Okay, I'm done. I was just really left with the question, which I can conclude with, that we have realized that executives are bypassing legislatures in certain circumstances where there's not enough. From our colleague from our honorable from Zambia, he's saying there are things that have not yet come to parliament, but there are feasibility studies, there's implementation that is taking place, and it may mean that the people's voice through their elected representatives is not sufficiently informing the debate and discussions around critical minerals. And we may find governments going for easy money, exporting, and not going through the pain of adding value, industrialization, and having a long-term strategy for Africa's integration, and link the green minerals not only with electric vehicles, but also we have about 400 or so households that are peasant farmers. We need to link to have agrarian linkages where maybe power tools can be generated from our minerals, can be powered from our minerals, not using oil, but using batteries, EV batteries, and so forth. Then we are energy poor. 600 million people not connected, so we need solutions as well to say, can we have more copper for our electrification, grid expansion, and so forth, so that we have internal demand for our green minerals, and we have less of shocks from international commodity prices that are fluctuating. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, prezado Davi Malunguissa. Mais uma vez, obrigada pela sua brilhante preleção, pelo grande número de dados e informações que nos apresentou. Pensamos que, de facto, o tema foi muito bem abordado. Vamos então continuar os nossos trabalhos e vou dar a palavra à nossa secretária para continuar a informar-nos o que temos a seguir.
Thank you, Chair. We could continue with your guidance. The time now is 1 o'clock, South African time, or we could call upon the next presenter, Mr. Tsepo Mahoma.
Nós estamos, como sabem, nós iniciamos com meia hora de atraso. Eu gostaria de ouvir os outros os colegas, os ilustres colegas da comissão, se continuamos com mais uma intervenção ou se fazemos intervalo e depois retomamos e continuamos a trabalhar até o fim dos trabalhos. Epá, ninguém diz nada, vamos fazer intervalo. O silêncio indica que devemos fazer o intervalo. Vamos então fazer um intervalo de meia hora para o almoço. 45 minutos, pelo menos para ganhar, recuperarmos 15 minutos e voltamos aqui quando forem 13 horas e 45 minutos, hora da África do Sul. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Chair. We will resume at 22
Obrigado.
2.
Para todos. Bom.
Ronald, are you here? Lisa, can you hear me?
Bueno.
Boa tarde a todos, ou segunda vez. Alguém me ouve? Gostaria de saber se o nosso intérprete está em linha. Vamos então dar continuidade aos nossos trabalhos e vou passar a palavra à nossa secretária para continuar a chamar as pessoas que têm as audições para se pronunciarem. Senhora secretária, por favor, tem a palavra.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Chair. I would like to call upon Ms. Lisa Mawua to make her presentation, please.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Chair of TIFI, honorable members present, Her Excellent Secretary General Boyamo Sekoma, distinguished guests, and members of the TIFI committee. My name is Lisa Maua, as introduced by the committee secretary. I work with Southern Africa Youth Forum, which is a regional development platform for youth in SADC region, and we seek to empower young people and ensure sustainable inclusion of young people. SAYOF is the official member of this, is actually the official convener of the SADC Youth Forum and SADC Youth Parliament, the largest youth gathering in Southern Africa, to co-create solutions for youth and regional development. SAYOF runs several programs that are meant to empower youth through different clusters. At SAYOF, we have a cluster on business innovation and entrepreneurship, which is going to be the basis of my presentation today. I will request the committee secretary to begin my presentation from my end. And my apologies, I won't be able to turn on my video because of where I am. I don't want to distract the other people. Thank you so much. So my presentation is going to be on the topic of bridging the digital divide for women and youth in rural areas and its impact on trade, especially in the Southern African region. So as a way of introducing this presentation, we see that the digital divide, characterized by unequal access to information and communication technology, it disappropriately affects women and youth in rural areas in the Southern Africa Development Community region, where trade plays a crucial role in economic development. Digital exclusion represents a significant barrier to participation in regional trade. So this presentation is going to explore the challenges that are being faced by rural women and youth in accessing digital tools and how this impacts trade, while also proposing policies that can bridge this divide. So as a way of definition, we see that the digital divide refers to the gap that is between individuals who have access to modern technology and those who do not. This includes disparities in access to the internet, digital devices, and ICT skills. In the context of the SADC region, we see that this divide is particularly pronounced in rural areas, where limited infrastructure and resources restrict access to technology. And we see that according to a recent report by the International Telecommunications Union, the internet penetration in rural parts of the region lags significantly behind urban areas, with rural penetration rates often being below 30%. And as for our women and youth in rural areas, they also face additional challenges. They are less likely to own digital devices, they have lower digital literacy, and are more affected by socioeconomic barriers, such as gender-based exclusion, unemployment, amongst other issues. And also we see that this digital divide further marginalizes these groups, limiting their opportunities to engage in trade and other economic activities. And then we get to look at the importance of digital exclusion for trade. So we see that digital exclusion is a critical factor in facilitating trade and economic participation in SADC region, especially for marginalized groups like women and youth in rural areas. The availability of ICT enables easier access to markets, allows business to streamline operations, and fosters regional and global trade integration. And we also see that ICT access allows rural entrepreneurs, especially women and youth, to overcome traditional market barriers by leveraging digital platforms. They can also engage in e-commerce, access to regional trade networks, and promote their products and services to a broader audience. For example, we see that through online marketplaces and social media platforms, rural artisans and farmers can sell their products without relying on physical market access, which may be limited to infrastructure, because you see that most of our rural areas within the Southern Africa region, they don't have proper road infrastructure for them to be moving from point A to point B to access the marketplaces that they can sell their produce to. And we see that small and medium enterprises also play a critical role in the SADC economy. We see that digital tools help SMEs scale up by reducing operational costs and improve.
Lisa? We lost you there. Are you there? Lisa?
Peço, por favor, a nossa secretária para comunicar-se com o preletor que a tradução perdeu o contacto com o preletor.
Yes, Chair. Lisa? I think she lost internet connectivity, Chair. Mr. Ronald?
Peço o nosso preletor para continuar. Já temos o intérprete em linha.
Secretary, we've lost her.
Okay, could you assist with Mr. Tepo so he can proceed while Miss Lisa is trying to come on back? He's in the attendees list. He said he can't come through. Mr. Tepo, please accept invitation. Thank you. You may take the mic and continue with your presentation, Mr. Tepo. Can you hear me, Mr. Tepo? Have you started, Mr. Seppo? You can unmute yourself.
Eu ia pedir, sim, ia pedir ao preletor para continuar. Há condições de tradução.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Não nos ouviu, é o que disse?
All right. Thank you. Greetings
Ok.
to. All right. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all the esteemed guests. Greetings to the Executive Secretary of the SADC PF, all the honorable members of the SADC region, including all the distinguished guests that are here in this meeting. My name is Tsepo Mauma. I represent SAYOF. I currently serve as the head of business, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Just about SAYOF, my esteemed colleague has already shared a preview about what SAYOF is. We are a regional platform for youth and youth organization in the SADC regions. And we believe primarily in the youth development model, which recognizes the importance of young people as stakeholders, leaders, and part of the development process. My presentation will cover in depth about the AFTA in terms of how the AFTA can benefit young people in the Southern African region, as well as the challenges that are experienced. Just a bit introduction about the AFTA. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a trade agreement between the African Union member states to create a single market for goods and services with free movements of people and investment. The key objectives is around reducing tariffs, removing non-tariff barriers, enhancing competitiveness, and promoting industrial development and economic diversification across AFTA. We've already seen the benefits of the AFTA, especially in some of the emerging economies in Africa. Indeed, is to implement AFTA and to also boost inter-African trade, create job opportunities, and strengthen Africa's economic integration and collective bargaining and in the global economy. This is just the background, but obviously every innovation has its own challenges, especially the AFTA. These are some of the identified challenges that we've seen, especially having worked with the young people in the SADC regions. Access to financing is one of the challenges that they have, especially difficulties in obtaining loans, investments, and other forms of funding to start their business has been cited as one of the major issues, that is hindering young people to actually capitalize on the benefits of the AFTA. We have regulatory hurdles, complex and burdensome regulations, as well as bureaucratic process. And the inconsistency of certain policies can somehow, hinder the entrepreneurs to either register their businesses as well as operation, as well as growing their companies as well. So this is one of the issues in terms of infrastructure limitations. We have inadequate access to infrastructure, as well as the skills gaps. There's lack of access to skilled labor, as well as technical expertise and entrepreneurial training programs. We also have market challenges. We also have cultural and social norms due to the diversity around the region. Sometimes can also create societal perceptions, gender biasness, as well as cultural attitudes that may limit or discourage entrepreneurship activities and opportunities. So in a nutshell, that's some of the challenges that entrepreneurs in the SADC regions are facing. We also looked at the role of digital trade finance in terms of how this aspect can assist, everything with the advent of the 4IR. We looked into better ways in which young people can be able to utilize the digital revolution in order to enhance and build upon and solve some of these challenges. At SAYOF, we believe that by leveraging innovative technologies such as blockchain, AI, and cloud computing, digital chain solutions can streamline processes that can ensure that there's transparency, number one, and then they can also improve on access to financing for businesses of all sizes. So we believe predominantly on the usage of technology in order to solve some of these challenges. So we looked also on the ecosystem of digital trade finances providers. We looked at digital banks. In South Africa, we have Time Bank and also Starlink Bank. These are some of the revolutions that are providing, that can also provide the ecosystems of digital trade finance. These are some of the strategies for youth entrepreneurships that we have also developed due to our advocacy abilities. We believe that young people need to leverage AFT opportunities. We believe in educating the young people about the benefits and the mechanisms of African free trade area, and to also help them to also access and expand on their customer base. We also believe on capacity buildings. These are some of the core aspects that we see, that if we do capacity building programs where we develop and comprehensive programs that equip young entrepreneurs with the necessary skills such as planning, financial management, digital marketing, and export procedures, this can help them, quite importantly in terms of navigating some of these challenges. Of course, you can't talk about these things without, neglecting the issue of access to finance. I think it's something that is happening, across the region in most of the countries. We believe in facilitating youth-led enterprises so that they can have access to funding through, targeting loan schemes, venture capital, and crowdfunding platforms. Also streamline regulatory environment. We advocate for a simplified business registration processes and reduced bureaucratic barriers that encourage more young people to start and grow their business. We also encourage network and collaboration, where we can foster a culture of peer-to-peer learning and collaboration by creating platforms for youth entrepreneurs to connect, share best practices, and explore potential partnerships. We also call upon mentorship and incubation, where we believe in that mentorship programs, and business incubators can provide young people, especially young entrepreneurs, with access to experienced industry leaders as well as practical guidance and resources. Of course, this can also achieved through partnerships and collaborations. When we have a good partnerships and collaboration partners, especially with governments, international organizations, as well as companies, this initiative can be possible because we can be able to increase innovation, share resources and expertise, expand on market reach, and also enhance customer satisfaction to ensure that the young people that have these businesses, they are able to reach their markets and be able to survive in that aspect. When we look at the FTA ecosystem, we believe that the African head of states and government play a huge crucial role as they are in touch with the various ecosystem and constituencies at their respective countries. We also believe that the African Union Commission is a very critical partner, as well as the FTA secretariats, as well as the regional economic communities, our national governments and policymakers, private sector and business organizations, as I've illustrated. These are very critical ecosystems that can really build upon and really assist the Southern African young entrepreneurs in a large scale so that they can be able to trade efficiently. So a very conducive ecosystem needs to really be built upon in that aspect. Of course, we believe in youth participation in regional processes. itself, we believe in regional youth councils, where they can facilitate the creation of regional youth councils that amplify the youth voices and participation in decision-making processes. These bodies are quite critical because they can be a good representative of young people and the views of those in respective constituencies, especially in places where some of our government or institution can reach. These regional youth councils can really play a very huge role in advocating several aspects. We also believe in providing skills and development opportunities. We believe that the government must foster training and capacity building programs that equip youth with the necessary skills for active engagement and regional development. Secure dedicated funding streams need to be enhanced, where there can be an allocation of dedicated fundings and resources that support youth-led initiatives and projects that contribute to a regional development. We also call upon the governments to develop youth-focused policies that ensure that national and regional development policies prioritize the needs and aspiration of young people in the region. And also fostering cross-border exchanges. We call upon promoting exchange programs and networks, and as well as platforms that encourage collaboration, knowledge sharing amongst the youth across the regional boundaries. This is just a illustration of the path forward. We call upon, that the stakeholders need to understand the digital trade finance landscape through the analysis of current state of digital trade finance in Southern Africa, including available technologies, services, and challenges that are faced by entrepreneurs need to be well equipped and well understood, as well as identifying key stakeholders. There's barely anything that can be achieved without the relevant stakeholders. So we believe in engaging with local governments, financial institutions, technology providers, as well as the entrepreneurial economy that can best understand and collaborate on these solutions. We also believe in developing a tailored digital trade finance solutions, so where we can customize digital trade finance products and services that ensure that the entrepreneurial ecosystem is well understood, as well as enhancing digital literacy and capacity building, implementing training programs and resources to help these entrepreneurs to be able to understand. Obviously, all this also can be achieved through enhancing a supportive regulatory environment, where we believe that working with policymakers to create a regulatory framework that enables and encourages the adoption of these technologies, and also ensuring that there's a smooth running of the businesses, as well as leveraging emerging technologies is quite important because technology really plays a huge part in terms of how young people consume information. Facilitating cross-border collaboration is very key because of knowledge sharing initiatives with other Southern African countries is quite critical. This is just a quote from one of the entrepreneurs. This is also sharing the future of trade.
Sorry, Mr. Tepo, please wind down, please.
Oh, yes. So this is also just the illustration of the small businesses, medium, large corporations. You can see that there is a huge gap in terms of how the small businesses are doing trade. And we believe that we need to increase and ensure that the government must support small businesses to really partake in trade so that we can increase that total trade margin. That's just about it. Thank you so much. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tepo. With your permission, Honorable Chair, we could invite Ms. Lisa back to finish her presentation. Ms. Lisa?
Sim, senhora. Sim, senhora. Permito então que a senhora Elizabeth conclua a sua preleção.
Lisa? She said the weather is not good where she is. Power comes in and out.
Ok, dou a palavra à senhora secretária.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to call upon Mr. Crispin Chomba to make a presentation.
Gostaria de saber antes, se não ninguém quer intervir dessa preleção que foi apresentada à senhora secretária. Dos membros, gostaria de ouvir os membros da comissão, se alguém quer intervir.
Let me try to project from my end.
Sendo assim, acredito que o silêncio indica que ninguém vai intervir. Passo então a palavra ao atual preletor. Muito obrigado.
Thank you,
Chair.
Honorable Chairperson. Hello?
We can hear you.
Can I proceed? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson for the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. Honorable MPs attending this session. I also acknowledge the Secretary General and all participants that are in attendance this afternoon. I'm glad to present a submission on behalf of SAFEDS being introduced. I'm coming from an organization called SAFEDS, and SAFEDS work in the SADC region. Is one of the NGOs which is indigenous, woman-led, and our focus area is on sexual and reproductive health, and its intersectionalities to a number of other important issues such as gender equality and social inclusion. Issues of climate action are also integrated in our approach, as well as economic empowerment, and our focus is on vulnerable adolescents and girls. And of course, we work with diverse kind of partnerships, including the SADC PF. I am privileged today that we're making this presentation, which normally would not discuss in this standing committee, but it is our conviction that investing in sexual and reproductive health, particularly for adolescents and young people, is a very important aspect, particularly when you're looking at this committee that is looking at investing as well as financing. We do firmly believe that meaningful investment would only come in if there is meaningful investment in the sexual reproductive health, as well as sustained financing to sexual and reproductive health, as it were. So that's where we are coming from. Why are we presenting? Why are we making this presentation chair for this committee? And again, this is just a reminder to honorable members of parliament that young people who are aged 24 years and below constitute the majority of the population in the SADC region. And of course, the majority of those are girls, adolescent girls and young women. And these are the most vulnerable to the risks of poor SRH outcomes and gender inequality. And if we want to elaborate a bit more in terms of poor health outcomes for adolescent girls and young women particularly, we are talking about in a number of our countries, about 17,000, 14,000 to 17,000 school dropouts of our adolescent girls and the learners due to teenage pregnancies. We are talking about the prevalence of teenage pregnancies to be around 8%. And we also know that there is obviously HIV cases among the adolescent girls and young women, as well as young people. So they do comprise the demographic dividend for the region, and that's investment in their human capital, safety, and well-being is value for money as opposed to the opposite. We do know that also facing a lot of gender inequalities, and at the same time, we know gender inequalities underpin violation of sexual reproductive health and result in non-access to contraceptives, early and unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, exposure to HIV, unsafe sex, gender-based violence, child marriages, which is also prevalent in our region. And of course, sterilization on women living with HIV. We know that this is contradictory to the commitments that our member states have made, including in some of the regional protocols, instruments, and commitments that our member states have made. We have now statistics that indicate that every day, about 50 adolescent girls die every day from AIDS-related illnesses in the SADC region. And when we look at the period when we encountered COVID-19, that has actually been worsened. However, despite these realities, provision and access to sexual reproductive services as well as commodities remain very limited and unevenly distributed, even when we have a bit being provided. When you compare between the rural areas as well as the urban locations, the rural areas are likely to be left behind. And this is coupled with limited domestic allocation to adolescent girls and vulnerable adolescents regarding their SRH. When we try to interrogate the budgets that end up going to providing sexual and reproductive health services for adolescents and young people, in some of the budgets, we try to do an analysis for Zambia and partly for Zimbabwe. We find that when you narrow down in terms of how much investment actually goes into sexual reproductive health, how much of that financing goes to that budget, you discover that we could be talking about 0.01% of the national health budgets as it were, and therefore sustaining the gains is likely not to be achieved with that kind of budget allocation. What is the evidence showing us on the current funding towards SRH as it were? So we know that there has not been sufficient funding to increase access to sexual and reproductive health services for most people in the SADC region, and especially that funding for this region is hugely dependent on the donors, and that's a responsibility, and this is why we're bringing this submission to honorable members of parliament, because we do think that we have a role to play, because it's a responsibility of our national leaders to develop strategies to ensure sustainable financing in relation to universal health coverage and access to SRH services, including family planning. We recently analyzed the scorecards on SRH in the SADC region, particularly when you are comparing the milestones 2023 report. What you discover in that report is that only Botswana has already achieved and exceeded the 2030, there's an error, there's a 2030 Abuja Declaration commitment of allocating 15% of the national budgets to health. And currently the budget for Botswana is sitting at 18.7% in terms of allocation to health. While acknowledging some of the efforts have been made in some of the countries, the rest countries actually in our region are below the expected Abuja core, which is the 2030 target of 15%. And again, only 3 countries have reached the SRH strategy scorecard milestones of 2023. So that's a concern. That is just the graphical presentation of the national health allocations to health, with Botswana meeting that target. But we have countries such as Mauritius, Seychelles, that are even around 5 to 3%, but with the number of our national budgets being around 10.8, as it were. And that's for a long time that it has been. And this is a concern. However, when we are looking at this picture, what should be clear is that although this is the allocation to broadly health, when you narrow down to what goes to sexual and reproductive health, and particularly for providing SRH services, including family planning and contraceptives, you'll find that the budgets are likely to be below 1%, as it were. And this is the budget that we're expecting to change the scenario and meaningfully contribute to the well-being of the adolescents and young people that occupy the greatest demographic dividend. It simply implies that we'll continue to have adolescent girls dropping out of school due to teenage pregnancies because they cannot access the services. We're going to have a picture of the rural adolescents and young people being left behind because there's no real investment. What is also clear is that when we now interrogate the national strategic plans, yes, the situation analysis in those plans will indicate that, yes, these are the challenges that adolescents and young people are facing: child marriages, GBV, teenage pregnancies. However, when it comes to allocations, we find that most countries lag behind. On the part of surface, in the last 5 years, we have pioneered a mobile surface, a mobile application that we have empowered young people to use to monitor barriers that hinders access to SRH services, and that is in 6 countries where we have worked, and that is Eswatini, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, as well as Lesotho in some of the selected facilities. So young people are able to go to a facility and use applications to report barriers to accessing these services. And when we interrogate these barriers that have come through over a period of time, again, you'll see that it has a lot to do with limited resource allocation and utilization, coupled with poor public resource management in some of those facilities. Based on that, we would want to make some recommendations for our parliamentarians. And firstly, certain countries would need to prioritize health, including sexual reproductive health, in their domestic budgets. And this is critical, especially that we cannot continue to depend on the donors. Donors will come and go, their focus will shift, yet it's Africa, and it's a SADC sub-Saharan Africa that faces the greatest majority of those poor health outcomes. Political leadership for sexual and reproductive health at a country level needs to be strengthened. And of course, even when the donors are making those investments, there must be strong national political commitment to openly discuss issues that affect our young people, and that is sexual reproductive health, and to advocate for comprehensive evidence-based sexual reproductive health interventions. Our members of parliament and political leaders should advocate for SRH services to be included in national essential packages, because what we have discovered in our work in the region is that in many of our countries, SRH is not categorized as an essential package. And of course, that implies that even financing and resource allocation obviously is left behind, and it will continue to be so if it is not prioritized. Members of parliament could also advocate to donors to include SRH as an integral part of the investor health coverage efforts and protect the health investment vis-a-vis, these emerging outcomes. So we saw from the advent of COVID that SRH was left behind because the donor focus shifted to what was regarded as emergence. Yet the teenage pregnancies dropping out, as well as child marriages, will continue to persist even along the shifting funding on the donors. We also believe that civil society and members of parliament needs to work together in terms of consultations on the budget to include what is priority for sexual and reproductive health. In conclusion, it is really our strong belief that meaningful investment, meaningful financing would not be
Secretariado, por
achieved
favor, peço a tradução,
if we do
estão
not
duas interpretações em simultâneo.
invest in SRH for adolescents and young people. And this is
Obrigada.
our core.
Era
Thank
só
you.
para os intérpretes acertarem, porque estão a fazer a interpretação em simultâneo. Nosso preletor pode continuar a sua intervenção.
Interpreters?
We missed the last intervention, interpreter.
Não, o que eu
Madam
estava
Chair,
a dizer é que os dois intérpretes estavam em simultâneo e isso nós não estávamos a perceber concretamente a interpretação que estava a ser feita. Então era para os dois se acertarem e verem quem deve de facto neste momento fazer a interpretação. Obrigada. E pedir o preletor para continuar a sua intervenção.
Mr. Crispin?
Yes. Yes, I'm done. Did you?
I think if you can just repeat your last slide.
Okay. Okay, so these are our recommendations that we are making based on those challenges that I elaborated earlier. Firstly, is for SADC countries to prioritize health, and prioritizing health would mean including sexual and reproductive health in their domestic budgets. And this is critical as we see that donor funding to SRH is unpredictable and will never be sufficient. Yet SADC still faces a greater challenge in terms of adolescents and young people, poor health outcomes, teenage pregnancies, child marriages, school dropouts, among others. Political leadership for sexual reproductive health at a country level needs to be strengthened, and for donors to invest in SRH to be effective, we do believe that there should be a strong national political commitment to openly include SRH issues and advocate for evidence-based, which is comprehensive evidence-based SRH initiatives and investing into it. Members of parliament and political leaders, we do think that they could advocate for SRH services to be included in national essential packages in order to prioritize, to be prioritized in national budgets. Because what currently is at hand is that although we talk about SRH services, when we interrogate what is categorized in essential health packages, in many of our countries, that is not included in those packages, and therefore is highly likely to be left out or less prioritized in national budgets, and of course to continue then being funded by the donors. We think that members of parliament should advocate to donors to include SRH as an integral part of universal health outcomes efforts and protect health investment vis-a-vis other emerging priorities. And I was referring to the COVID period, when we saw that a lot of funding obviously was diverted to address what was emergency. And yet, even during that period, we still experience poor SRH outcomes for adolescents and young people. And that's why we need rethinking in terms of ensuring that it's brought back into the universal health coverage. Civil societies and members of parliament would need to be involved in deciding what is priority to be invested in, particularly on sexual reproductive health for adolescents and young people at country level. And I concluded by saying it is really our strong belief that we cannot achieve meaningful investment in SADC without meaningful investing and sustained financing to address the SRH challenges of the adolescents and young people who form the greater majority of the demographic dividend, and all trade, industry, and investment can be achieved if we enhance their demographic dividend. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor preletor. Obrigada pela sua preleção, que nos trouxe informações muito importantes e atuais sobre a situação das raparigas, sobre das adolescentes nos nossos países, a situação de saúde. A apresentação de percentagens sobre o nível de acesso à saúde nos Estados-membros, que com certeza vão nos ajudar para a nossa tomada de posição, sobretudo quando tivermos no momento da discussão dos nossos orçamentos gerais do Estado. Sendo assim, eu gostaria de saber se algum dos ilustres colegas deputados tem alguma questão a apresentar ao nosso preletor. Palavra ao colega da Zâmbia, por favor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, presenter, for the good presentation that you have given us. I just wanted to make a comment on one of the 5 key recommendations for members of parliament that you talked about, which was actually, I think, the last recommendation, where you stated that engage civil society in initial budget conversations. And you further said that when countries are deciding on where their resources are going to be spent, civil society needs to be present to identify what is being prioritized for SRHR and give a voice to local communities. On this particular issue, it is a very good recommendation, but I want to state that I think during the budgeting process, you find that there are budgeting consultations that are conducted. For example, in Zambia, when the Ministry of Finance is preparing the budget, they do a budgeting consultation. There is a process of consulting various stakeholders, which I think that also involves the civil society. So I don't know how this I don't know how this recommendation can help, considering that this is something that is already being done. Or maybe you can enlighten us if what is done currently is not adequate. Thank you so much, Chair.
Obrigada, caro ilustre colega da Zâmbia. Eu não vejo mais nenhuma mão levantada aqui. E caso não tenhamos nenhuma mão levantada, vou passar a palavra ao ilustre preletor para reagir a essa intervenção do colega.
Honorable Chair, may I respond?
Yes, sir.
Pode
Okay.
sim, passei a palavra ao preletor, sim, para responder.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable. And yes, I'm very cognizant of the budget consultative processes that goes in Zambia, and I know that we also do participate in Zambia in those processes. And it is actually a good practice that other countries should emulate from Zambia. On the part of Zambia, I do think that I think this looking at how comprehensive is this consultative process and to what extent is it addressing the needs of adolescents and young people. So the civil society should as well include the young people. So all that is being done in Zambia to a greater extent, which we also just do appreciate that the engagement is done quite comprehensively. It's also for other countries and not just Zambia. So this is why we are making this. That other countries could also learn on how this is being done, and of course, what results do come from those budget consultative processes, and what processes can we then strengthen. So that's the angle. Honorable, thank you.
Muito obrigada, prezado preletor. Vamos então passar a palavra à nossa secretária para nos indicar quem será o próximo preletor.
Thank you, Chair. May I please invite Ms. Lisa to finish her presentation?
Thank you so much, Secretary, and my apologies. Where I am is in a rural area, which then speaks to the issue of digital divide, which I was speaking of. So the network is very bad, but I just hope this time I'll be able to finish my presentation. So I think I was talking about the importance of digital inclusion for trade, and I was now looking at the issue of growth of SMEs. So small and medium enterprises, they also do play a critical role in the SADC economy. We see that digital tools help SMEs to scale up by reducing operational costs and improving communication with suppliers and customers. As we see that in this day and age, digital markets are more prominent than physical markets. And we see that women and youth-led SMEs can leverage these technologies to break into new markets, diversify their product offerings, and ultimately contribute to trade diversification within the region. And then we also see that there's also an issue around job creation, where we see that by fostering these digital skills amongst youth in rural areas, governments and development partners can open doors to new employment opportunities. The growing digital economy in sectors such as e-commerce, IT services, and digital marketing provides avenues for job creation, enabling young people to participate more fully in regional economic activities. A digitally skilled youth population can contribute to enhanced trade competitiveness within our SADC region. And then we see that we also have barriers to digital access within our rural areas. So we see that despite the potential benefits of digital inclusion, rural women and youth continue to face numerous obstacles. These challenges, we need to address them so that we can bridge the digital divide and unlock trade opportunities that we have within our region. We see that we really have a lack of infrastructure. We see that infrastructure development remains one of the most significant barriers to digital access in rural areas. Poor internet coverage, the absence of reliable electricity, the limited availability of ICT facilities, they also prevent rural communities from accessing online platforms and facilitate trade. We see that only 20 to 30% of rural areas in SADC countries have access to reliable internet, compared to 60 to 70% of regional regions. So I think we see that the disparity there is quite big, and there is need for us to be able to bridge that gap. And then the issue of affordability is also an issue. we see that even in areas where infrastructure exists, the cost of internet service and digital devices can be prohibitively high. For rural populations, particularly women and youth, purchasing smartphones, laptops, or maintaining internet subscriptions may require significant financial resources, often beyond their means. The Alliance for Affordable Internet highlights that data prices in so many SADC countries remain above globally recommended affordability threshold of 2% of monthly income. And then we also have the issue of digital literacy. We see that digital literacy, which is the ability to effectively use digital devices and navigate the internet, it also remains low in rural areas. Many women and youth lack basic digital skills, which further hinders their ability to participate in digital economy. The limited availability of digital education programs in rural regions exacerbates this issue. So we see that women in particular face cultural and social barriers that limit their engagement with technology. So we can also look at case studies of digital agriculture platforms in Zambia. So we see that in Zambia, digital agriculture platforms have been introduced to provide rural farmers, especially women, with access to markets and agricultural information. One notable platform is Zazu. So this Zazu platform offers mobile-based services that allow smallholder farmers to connect directly with buyers and financial institutions, which then reduces the need for intermediaries. By utilizing mobile technology, women farmers have been able to improve their bargaining power, access fair prices for their produce, and also increase their income. So this initiative also helps farmers to get timely weather forecasts, market prices, and agricultural advice, empowering rural women to engage in regional trade more effectively. And we also can look at youth e-commerce initiatives in South Africa. So we see that this one in South Africa, several youth-led e-commerce platforms have emerged, providing opportunities for young entrepreneurs in rural areas to access global markets. So they have a platform which is called Yoko. So this Yoko platform, it allows for it's actually more of like a digital payment platform, and it has empowered youth-owned businesses by enabling them to accept card payments, grow their customer base. By using digital platforms, youth entrepreneurs in rural areas have been able to overcome geographic isolation, to expand also their business and contribute to intra-SADC trade. So these e-commerce initiatives demonstrate how digital tools can help youth overcome traditional barriers to economic participation. So we see that the impact on regional trade in our region can be brought by bridging the digital divide in rural areas. It can also have a far-reaching impact on regional trade with several potential benefits for women and young people. So it can also even enhance trade flows by providing rural women and youth with access to digital platforms. The regional trade flows can be enhanced as well. And we see that e-commerce platforms can serve as vital trade facilitators, which then enables entrepreneurs in rural areas to engage in cross-border trade, sell products, and access customers throughout the region. And also there's need to the diversification of exports. Like rural entrepreneurs, particularly women, often produce unique goods such as handicrafts, agricultural products, and textiles. So by gaining access to regional and global markets via digital platforms, they can diversify their exports, contributing to economic diversification within our region. And we can also see that our women-led enterprises, they do empower rural women through digital tools, which then allows them to grow their business, leading to an increase in women-led enterprises participating in regional trade. This can have a positive multiplier effect as women tend to reinvest in their communities, further promoting economic development as well. So, honorable members, here are the recommendations that we have for policies. So to effectively bridge the digital divide and promote trade in SADC, there is need to have the following interventions which you are recommending, which is the expanding of infrastructure investment. So we see that governments should partner with the private sector to expand internet infrastructure in rural areas. Public-private partnerships can be leveraged to build broadband networks and extend electricity access to rural regions. Because we see that most of our rural regions, they don't have electricity. And most of them, they are now trying to adopt the solar system, but it's not everyone who can also afford that. And also governments can also incentivize telecom operators to lower the cost of rural internet deployment. And then we also have digital literacy programs. Educational initiatives should be introduced to provide digital skills training, particularly targeting women and youth in rural areas. These programs can be delivered through schools, community centers, or online platforms. But on this one, NGOs and governments should collaborate as well with development partners to implement these initiatives effectively. This will also speak to the issue of financing. So on issue of financing, we need to also create funding mechanisms to provide rural entrepreneurs with access to affordable digital devices and internet services. Is also essential. Governments and financial institutions can provide low interest loans or grants to women and youth entrepreneurs, enabling them to acquire the tools that they need to engage in the digital economy. And also there's need to harmonize digital trade policies across our region, the Southern Africa region. And member states, it is very crucial for them to also adopt these trade policies, which is then crucial for promoting cross-border e-commerce. And then policymakers should work to simplify and standardize regulations related to e-commerce, digital payments, and online consumer protection, ensuring that rural entrepreneurs can participate in regional trade without excessive regulatory burdens. Thank you so much, Tatenda Siyabonga. Asante. Sikomo.
Muito obrigada. Eu creio que vou passar a palavra à nossa secretária para nos dizer se ainda temos alguma preleção neste modelo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have Mr. Tumelo Modeudi, a youth from Lesotho.
Ok.
Thank you,
Muito
members.
obrigada. A última intervenção que nós assistimos. Obrigada pelos dados aqui apresentados que refletem a realidade dos países da nossa região. Vamos então passar a palavra ao próximo preletor. Eu não sei se há alguma mão levantada, se alguém quer fazer alguma pergunta ao último preletor dos colegas, se alguém quer fazer alguma pergunta ou quer algum esclarecimento para o último preletor. Não tem aqui nenhuma mão levantada. Vamos então passar para o próximo preletor. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Chair. You can go ahead, Mr. Tumelo.
Okay, thank you, Members. Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much, Mayor. Through you, Chair, allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Tumelo Modeudi, a youth activist from Lesotho. I'll be doing my presentation on Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. Honorable members, the world population seems to be increasing, yet was the COVID-19 pandemic and other disasters are inflicting high fatalities that would expectedly decrease the world's population. Statistics say that today, youth is estimated to be around 1.8 billion, which is 1/4 of the world's population by UNICEF 2020. Africa has the youngest population, around 60%. Africans are young people. Africa has the youngest population, around 60% Africans are young people younger than 25 years. Africa's population represents almost 1 billion people. 1 billion people, 540 million between 0 to 14, 454.5 million between 15 and 34 years of age. However, and sadly so, investment in the quality wage and self-employment fall short in the young goals aspiration, leaving young, growing population of young job seekers with an insufficient number of decent jobs. Many education are struggling to equip young people with relevant skills to meet employers' expectation and sustain self-employment towards solving problem facing the young people in Africa. The current wars, COVID-19 pandemic and related global recession, which seems to be a new normal, have further intensified. Sorry about that. The current wars, COVID-19 pandemic and related global recession have further intensified. Sorry, I'm struggling to use this device because sorry, Chair. However, and sadly so, investment in the quality wage have further intensified. Many education systems are struggling to equip young people with relevant skills to meet employer expectations and sustain self-employment towards solving the problem facing the youth. The current COVID pandemic and related global recession, which seems to be a new normal, have further intensified the socio-economic challenges facing the youth, thereby diminishing much of the gains made in the recent years for the development of young people's empowerment. Youth unemployment remains objectively observable global crisis. As such, the need for urgent extraordinary measures to address this monster. If taken care and well supported, youth entrepreneurship can be one of the major sustainable solution mechanisms for our beloved SADC region. It is a well-known fact that SADC Parliamentary Forum is recently playing a significant role in bringing parliament to the people in our region. Praises must be given to Parliament of Lesotho's commitment in making sure that Basotho youth are involved in SADC Parliamentary Forum platforms. For that, we are more than grateful. Financial inclusion and access to capital for SMEs have brought positive changes in the lives of human beings nationally. At all costs, nations at all costs find ways in ensuring that business environment is conducive for their people to thrive. It is with a noteworthy mark of respect and acknowledgement that lately SADC Parliamentary Forum has been doing exceptionally well in bringing parliament to the people. One thing that rings real, entrepreneurs have to be dedicated and fully committed to build a new organized and successful business. As a youth activist, I have been longing to see and creating an enabling environment for young people. This has been a space of my interest through various engagement practices for reasonable some time now. With so many various individual and organizational initiatives, and I can proudly say that there are visible strides. Our answer is the world's hope. It is to rely on youth, by Robert Kennedy. My dream is driven objectively by burning desire to make difference in my country from a community level, to see Lesotho becoming a better place for generations to come by simply advocating for inclusion and development, because I do believe that nations which does not invest in young people cannot grow in so many aspects. For instance, socially, politically, but most importantly, economically. In the United States, research shows explicitly that youth is a priority. For instance, the establishment of youth-led change project in Boston. In the UK, they have Youth Advisory Council. In Asia, they have Child Club to engage and empower young people. The African Youth Charter outlines youth citizen right and responsibility, affirming that youth are partners, assets, and prerequisite for sustainable development and for the peace and prosperity of Africa. An important question may be whether or not do African leaders perceive the youth as assets to drive Africa forward towards development and prosperity. Article 11 of the Charter gives every citizen the right to participate in all spheres of society and mandates states to encourage youth activism and ensure gender equality in political representation and participation. The Charter further cites, among several responsibilities, the need for full participation in civic duties, such as voting and volunteering. The African Union Assembly declared 2009 to 2018 the African Youth Decade and released an action plan to promote youth empowerment and development through the continent, including by raising youth citizen representation and participation in political processes, that the actions see the light of the day. Not for want of effort, many African countries have dysfunctional youth councils because of the undue and disruptive influence of young people. The dysfunction stems from African leaders focusing on using public resources for their own good, which has become fashionable. In this context, the well-being of the nation at large is not primary importance, and keeping people poor so that they are desperate is the best tool to remain in power. In Lesotho, the United Nations Development Programme report Enhancing Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development states that about 90% of boys and girls are illiterate. But the sad part is that this fact has no impact towards raising the development of our economy. And as such, Lesotho economy is considered highly uncompetitive. There are tools and mechanisms to promote entrepreneurship and private sector participation. 7% of the country's youth have businesses. 49% aspire to get into business, but do not have access to relevant skills and information. Not only that, but also funding is also a challenge in our country. Moreover, the government of Lesotho adopted the National Youth Policy in 2018, which sets out how the youth want their issues to be handled. Nonetheless, the way youth matters are addressed currently gives one the impression that there is no such. This and other reasons demonstrate how the government of Lesotho is deliberately struggling to empower young people. Unlocking the potential of Basotho Youth by World Bank argues that unemployment is inactively and poverty affect Basotho youth, especially in rural areas. A lack of productive employment results in high vulnerability to poverty, which approximately half of youth living below poverty line are higher poverty rates in rural areas. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted household income and employment and has affected the lives of young people. National Strategic Development Plan argues that youth unemployment remains a serious concern for the development of Lesotho. High youth unemployment rates are attributed to inadequate technical skills, drop out of school, limited work experience, a mismatch between labor market needs and skills, lack of entrepreneur skills and venture capital, lack of access to finance and lack of potential participation in decision making. According to 2016 Lesotho population census, 39.6% of the population is youth aged between 15 and 35, with a median age of 24. This population will have a tremendous impact, positive or negative, on the development of this. Evidence indicates that youth unemployment has contributed to increase HIV and AIDS, 38% females and 31 males, and drug and substance abuse, 20.8 smoke tobacco and 19 drink alcohol. These are the statistics of young people, most of them who are unemployed and are under a lot of stress and depression. According to the Lesotho population census 2016, due to lack of jobs, the youth dependency ratio has increased from 40% in 2016 to 60% in 2006 to 60.9% in 2016. The government of Lesotho realized that the above mentioned problems are not only costing the well-being of young people, but the entire country. The government, through Ministry of Gender, Youth and Social Development, with the assistance of development partners, of course, have developed several programs over the past years to empower the youth. These include Social Compact Program to assist youth with entrepreneurial skills, other livelihood skills, and seed capital. National Volunteer Corps Program to introduce youth graduates to institutions for gaining the job experience and instilling patriotism. And Youth Unemployment Program to equip young people with entrepreneurial skills. Institution structure were also established to include National Youth Council, aimed to involve young people and facilitating participation in national decision-making processes. And the vocational school training, aimed to equip youth in vocational skills and promoting self-employment. The sad part is that to date, none of this is actively working as it was created. Chairperson, let me conclude by and also making recommendations. Lesotho government has for ages denied the youth a mouthpiece, being the National Youth Council. This has put Basotho youth at a much compromised disposition to deal with socio-economic challenges. Due credit has to be given to youth movements who, in the interim, tirelessly advocated for youth inclusion and development. Using different slogans, we are not lazy, but we are unemployed. Nothing for the youth without the youth. Such mobilization and activity as an indication of an effort towards creating a conducive environment for young people through their advocacy. Their role in participatory planning is very significant, not only to their well-being, but to the growth and wealth of the nation at its entirety. Honorable members, I also want to recently appreciate the Lesotho government and the development partners for the effort in trying to create a friendly environment for youth through different initiatives. There's what is called competitive and financial inclusion. It was established to empower women and youth. United Nations Development Program in Lesotho have established what we call STEAM. STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So what is happening is that youth through different streams go for what is called a conference and pitch their ideas through different streams, being science, technology, and maths and arts. We are humbly asking for more, and also we would love to see opportunities reaching remote areas to ensure youth inclusion. Literature explicitly states the cause and the solution to youth inclusion. And we, the youth of Lesotho, are game in empowering and strengthening the economy of the country. What we ask for is a government, from our government, is implementation of the enabling laws, exciting strategic projects and programs. If the National Strategic Development Plan choose objectives and intervention, improve youth participation and development, improve institution for youth development, and improve access to information about youth empowerment could be fully implemented and youth policy. It is without any doubt that that could be of great importance. Laws and regulations on private sector to create employment should be given close attention. To the youth, it is time to stand together and make sure that we really win placement in the local councils and national elections, respectively, so as to influence decision making from grassroots level to the national level at National Assembly level. To the region, SADC youth, let us work hard to have seats in the high level SADC parliamentary meetings and discussions. Legal harmonization is one of the best important areas that the region should invest more in. We need to ensure that our laws are aligned as the region to stimulate and foster trade among ourselves, create the laws that are uniform across the region, building regional value chain is also important in our region. As the region, we should use the competitive advantage. For instance, Lesotho, what can you produce? South Africa, what can you produce? Zambia, what can you produce? By so doing, that will allow us to produce certain goods and services and assemble in another country. We can also agree that at times producing finished products can be very expensive, sometimes especially for us developing countries. It takes a lot of resources and experiences and expertise. Addressing youth unemployment, SADC region requires a sustainable, inclusive, and integrated policy agenda that encompasses job creation and youth empowerment. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Moteuli Tumelo. Agradeço pela sua preleção, pelos dados aqui apresentados. Eu gostaria de saber se algum dos colegas tem alguma nota a fazer ou se tem algum questionamento. Caso tenha, passo a palavra aos ilustres deputados da Comissão do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento que queiram se pronunciar à volta desta preleção. Portanto, não tenho aqui nenhuma mão levantada. E se isso significar que ninguém se quer pronunciar, eu vou passar de imediato a palavra à nossa secretária para então chamar os membros que estão a participar na audição que se vão pronunciar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have exhausted all our presentations. You may open the floor for comments from the rest of the public on the forum. Thank you.
Sim, senhora, vamos então começar a dar a palavra ao público que está a assistir para ver se querem intervir. Faz favor. Não, não tem. Eu peço a nossa secretária para ver se tem alguém e introduzir, por favor.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, I do not see any hands, and there is nothing in the chat box.
Sim, efetivamente eu também não vejo ninguém. Sendo assim, eu dou a palavra aos ilustres membros da comissão para tirarem algumas recomendações com base nas intervenções que tivemos aqui. Passo a palavra ao secretariado para ver em que ponto nós estamos. É verdade que ao longo das intervenções os ilustres deputados foram se pronunciando e há algumas recomendações que foram feitas nas suas intervenções. Eu peço ao secretariado, não sei se as têm elencadas para nos apresentar. Não sei, só se as estiver aí em mão e elencadas. Por favor. Lesoto está a pedir a palavra. Passo a palavra à ilustre deputada do Lesoto.
Honorable Manamulela, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, May. Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is just a small, very small contribution. This has been confirmed by Tumelo and Mr. Choba that the majority of the population are youth, and they are also in the SADC region. But this observation is not just on the SADC region, it's a global situation. Now, these youth, tomorrow when they grow up, they need jobs, which is a very, very, very big challenge. And I think as countries, we really need to be creative and come up with solutions to create jobs for the youth as well as women. But I also wish to congratulate Mr. Choba, who mentioned rightfully that there's no universal health without sexual reproductive health. When investing in health, it leads people to healthier and longer lives, and as a result, they contribute to their economies. So I think it is important indeed to increase the budget of sexual and reproductive health. I'm quite happy because Lesotho seems to be in line, but we still need to, put more. So I think if we invest in sexual reproductive health, especially the high risk group, which are the majority, then we are indirectly growing our economies. So I strongly support the idea of putting more budgets, putting more commitments, doing more under the sexual and reproductive health. Thank you. That's my take, Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, ilustre deputada do Lesoto. Estou aqui a ver se há mais alguma mão levantada por parte dos ilustres deputados, membros da comissão.
There are no more hands, Honorable Chair.
Até aqui não tenho mais nenhuma mão. Ok. Vou então passar a palavra à nossa secretária para ver qual é o próximo passo.
Thank you, Chair. This session would be deliberations by members on issues raised and recommendations for the 56th Plenary Assembly. The recommendations would help us as the committee they will be taken forth to the 56th Plenary Assembly. Recommendations by honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Me parece que ao longo dos temas que foram apresentados, os ilustres deputados se foram pronunciando. Eu pude registar que em relação aos minérios críticos, há aí uma recomendação que nós devemos ter em conta, que é a de criarmos as condições para darmos tratamento aos minérios localmente, ao invés de serem exportados. Por quê? Porque isso nos iria dar a possibilidade de empregar mais jovens e, portanto, reduzir a taxa de desemprego nos nossos países. Em relação às parcerias público-privadas, ficou claro que nós devemos ter legislação, os nossos parlamentos devem ter legislação clara, mas também há necessidade dos parlamentos controlarem os contratos que são feitos. Houve uma ideia muito clara de um dos colegas que propôs, que recomendou que antes dos protocolos das parcerias público-privadas serem assinados, estes devem merecer um debate público e só assim é que devem ser assinados. Aqui há muita questão em relação ao trabalho infantil também. Os jovens, a faixa etária das pessoas que têm mais vulneráveis e que estão desempregadas e, portanto, os nossos países devem criar condições para que o emprego, essas pessoas sejam empregadas. Há uma outra questão que também foi enfatizada aqui, que é a questão da capacitação dos nossos jovens. Normalmente, os nossos jovens estão desempregados, mas também não têm as capacidades necessárias para ocuparem determinadas funções nas empresas. Portanto, há toda a necessidade dos nossos governos capacitarem. Isso passa, obviamente, pela educação desses jovens e serem capacitados para poderem ocupar determinadas funções nas empresas. Há outra questão também enfatizada, é a questão do desenvolvimento da agricultura para subsidiar a indústria e, portanto, e a partir daí criarmos condições para exportar os produtos, ao invés de passarmos todo o tempo a importar os produtos do Ocidente. Foi visto aqui com destaque que grande parte durante a pandemia, as economias dos nossos países sofreram muito, e isso também piorou ou fez aumentar o desemprego e fez aumentar as dificuldades, as condições sociais degradaram-se mais das nossas populações. Portanto, estamos numa fase em que é preciso darmos o salto para sairmos dessa situação em que os nossos países se encontram, em que os jovens não têm grandes possibilidades de emprego, o desemprego é alto, assiste-se a ideia dos jovens imigrarem à procura do Eldorado nos outros países do Ocidente, onde muitas vezes também não encontram aquilo que pensam encontrar. Então, há toda a necessidade de criarem-se mecanismos a nível dos nossos países para facilitar as empresas, para facilitar os empresários e esses terem algum recrudescimento depois da pandemia e darem emprego aos jovens. O que nós assistimos é que os governos algumas vezes também não facilitam, não há muitos benefícios para as empresas e grande parte das empresas estão a fechar e isso faz, como é óbvio, aumentar também o desemprego. Portanto, essas são algumas das recomendações que eu pude reter, mas acredito que o secretariado poderá depois ver mais algumas recomendações para serem apresentadas na matriz das recomendações que vão ser apresentadas na 56ª reunião do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC que se vai realizar na Zâmbia. Sendo assim, eu vou dar a palavra à nossa secretária-geral. Se não haver mais nenhum pedido de palavra, vou dar a palavra à nossa secretária-geral. Peço perdão, à secretária da comissão, para então ver qual é o próximo passo. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Chair. I think before you deliver your closing remarks, we should give the floor to our Secretary General, through you, Chair, to say a few words.
You finally let me buy anything I want. Good. Mommy, you buy me anything I want?
Sim, senhora, eu convido, agradeço desde já a nossa secretária-geral, que está aqui conosco desde manhã e que conseguiu dar-nos pelo menos esse suporte, e convido sim a nossa secretária-geral, caso tenha algumas palavras para nos dizer. Seria de facto um grande prazer para nós ouvir agora a nossa secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Boé Musekoma. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me congratulate you and your committee for making it possible for the region to hear your commitments around the resources of this SADC region and beyond. where you have even taken a step further to really look into accountability mechanisms of monitoring to ensure that at the end of the day, we strengthen our frameworks for governance. I particularly enjoyed the fact that you yourself has noted the importance of this intervention in taking the forum forward and members of parliament forward in really taking advantage of the mandated roles. This is the foundation of dealing with structural issues of unemployment. This is the foundation of dealing with issues related to poverty. This is the foundation for making sure that the rich minerals of our countries that have to influence the economy are protected. And I'm particularly encouraged by the participation of young people on issues of trade, reminding us yet again that we opened up for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and that members of parliament should remain focused in making sure that this takes us forward. I also enjoyed the intersections that were drawn with issues of health and access, because what is a life without good health? What is a life lived in a chaotic environment where democracy and systems are not in place? And for that reason, Chair, I want to congratulate you for leading this committee in this manner and for the recommendations that you ably captured. I'm looking forward to this committee really's voice being heard loud at the 56th Plenary Assembly. If members could go and further research on areas of interest for their country and really come up with recommendations that can propel the SADC Parliamentary Forum forward to ensure that we lead, not just as a forum, but when we become a parliament, there are issues that we deal with through model laws, guidelines that can guide the region. Allow me to also, through you, Chairperson, congratulate the committee secretary. This is her inaugural meeting. You'll agree with me that she prepared very well. She was on top of her game, and that she has served you accordingly. And this I'm proud of, because even in her first month, she has lived the values of the forum, of professionalism, hard work, and making sure that at the end of the day, we serve you in your positions to make the forum become the one-stop shop for parliamentary action. Thank you, Chair. I'm really happy, and thank you, honorable members, for sitting through. Congratulations. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Agradeço pelas palavras encorajadoras. Agradeço por, mais uma vez, por ter estado todo o dia aqui conosco a trabalhar e poder, então, também participar nas deliberações que os membros da Comissão do Comércio, Indústria e Finanças e Investimentos apresentaram aqui hoje. Vamos sim, durante a 56ª reunião, apresentar as nossas deliberações e fazer com que os nossos Estados-membros consigam ultrapassar as questões que tivemos aqui a ver, que têm a ver com desemprego, com a pobreza, com o facto de as nossas riquezas irem parar noutras paragens, ao invés de contribuir para o melhoramento do bem-estar social dos nossos povos. Sentimos-nos, de facto, encorajadas. Quero também agradecer a nossa secretária, de facto, como estreante, considero que também teve um bom desempenho e, de resto, é uma jovem mulher que nós devemos apoiar para crescer dentro da nossa organização. Muito obrigada. Eu dou a palavra novamente à nossa secretária da comissão.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the more warm welcome. And thank you, Madam SG.
Kindly switch channels, Eddie.
A small announcement. We have our evaluation form in the chat box.
Eddie, kindly switch channels, please. Okay. You can continue. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. We have our evaluation form in the chat box. Please make use of it. This will enable us to do better with your recommendations for next time. And it will be emailed to you as well. Please, we need the feedback so that we improve ourselves for the next time. Thank you. At this point, Honorable Chair, you may deliver your closing remarks. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária. Distintos membros da Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria e Investimentos do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, ilustres deputados dos Parlamentos Nacionais, Excelência Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Boemo Secoma, distintos cidadãos de toda a região da SADC, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Boa tarde, mais uma vez. Chegado ao fim da nossa reunião, permitam-me que aproveite esta oportunidade para vos agradecer sinceramente a todos por terem dispensado o vosso precioso tempo para participarem na reunião de hoje. Gostaria de agradecer a todos os ilustres membros desta comissão, organizações e pessoas particulares que apresentaram as suas propostas e os seus contributos à comissão, para além de todos que nos acompanharam nas nossas plataformas em linha. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, os vossos contributos de hoje foram perspicazes e profícuos e ajudarão a direção estratégica desta comissão na elaboração das recomendações a apresentar à 56ª sessão da Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, que será acolhida pela Zâmbia em dezembro do corrente ano. A Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC é o mais alto órgão de decisão e de formulação de políticas do Fórum, pelo que os vossos valiosos contributos serão devidamente canalizados para os Estados-membros da SADC através dos parlamentos nacionais, com vista à tomada de medidas que se impõem. Deste modo, os referidos contributos serão sintetizados e servirão para alterar os meios de subsistência econômica das populações da região, em particular dos grupos vulneráveis, as raparigas, os jovens e as mulheres. Distintos participantes, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, gostaria de concluir agradecendo à Secretária-Geral, Sua Excelência Boemo Secoma, e ao Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, por terem coordenado e facilitado esta audiência pública com tanto profissionalismo, o que permitiu uma interação significativa da Comissão com os cidadãos da SADC e, de facto, de acordo com a temática desta interação, foram bem ouvidas as vozes dos cidadãos da SADC. Gostaria ainda de agradecer a todos os participantes, sem os quais esta reunião não teria tido o sucesso que teve. Desejo felicidades a todos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The meeting has come to a close.
Muito obrigada a todos.